Assalamualaikum.
Cek.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Kepada yang terhormat Kepala Bidang PSMA Bapak Dr. Ai Nur Hasan AP MSI, yang terhormat Ketua Panitia Lomba Bapak Kiki Nurmawansyah SPDI beserta jajarannya, yang terhormat Kepala SMA Negeri 1 Lembang Bapak Asep Kurnia, yang terhormat para juri NSDC Jabar tahun 2026, Ketua MGMP Bahasa Inggris SMA, SMK, MA, MAK, Bapak Ibu pendamping peserta NSDC 2006 tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat, dan tak lupa yang paling kami banggakan peserta NSDC Jabar tahun 2026. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, puji syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala karena atas rahmat dan irodahnya kita dapat berkumpul bersama mengikuti kegiatan yang luar biasa ini, yakni Lomba Debat Bahasa Inggris atau NSDC, National School Debate Championship tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat tahun 2026. Sholawat serta salam tercurah kepada junjungan kita Nabi Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, keluarga, kerabat, sahabat, hingga akhir zaman. Mohon izin memperkenalkan diri, nama saya Suningsi, akan memandu jalannya acara pembukaan kegiatan Lomba Debat NSDC pada pagi ini. Adapun rundown kegiatan di hari ini adalah berikutnya akan menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya, diikuti kemudian dengan laporan Ketua Panitia oleh Pak Kiki Nurmawansyah SPDI, yang dilanjutkan dengan pemberian sambutan sekaligus membuka kegiatan oleh Kepala Bidang PSMA Bapak Dr. Haji Ai Nur Hasan. dilanjutkan dengan pembacaan doa oleh Pak Toteng, penutupan kegiatan, untuk kemudian dilanjutkan dengan pelaksanaan penilaian lomba untuk selanjutnya bisa dilihat melalui live streaming YouTube Distrik Jabar. Baik, tanpa berlama-lama lagi, mari kita ikuti rangkaian acara berikutnya, yakni menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya. Hadirin yang sedang berada dalam kegiatan luring ini dimohon berdiri, dan yang sedang berada dalam kegiatan daring mohon khidmat menyanyikan. Hadirin mohon duduk kembali. Berikutnya adalah penyampaian laporan pelaksanaan lomba debat oleh Bapak Ketua Panitia, yakni Pak Kiki Nurmawansah SPDI. Untuk waktu dan kesempatannya Bapak dipersilahkan.
Baik, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahilladzi qaddara alaina bil jamaah wa nahana 'anil mufarraqah. Assalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawalah wa ba'du. Puji dan syukur mari kita panjatkan kepada Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa yang telah memberikan limpahan nikmat yang tak terhingga. Salawat beserta salam semoga tetap terlimpahkan kepada baginda alam, junjungan kita Nabi Yana Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Yang saya hormati Bapak Kepala Bidang PSMA Dinas Pendidikan Provinsi Jawa Barat. Yang saya hormati Bapak Kepala Sekolah SMA 1 Lembang Pak Asep. Yang saya hormati Dewan Juri, dan juga yang saya hormati Ketua atau Pengurus MGMP Bahasa Inggris. Yang saya hormati juga para guru pendamping serta anak-anakku sekalian, peserta National Schooling Debating Championship tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat tahun 2026 yang kami banggakan. Dan tak lupa teman-temanku sekalian, panitia yang hadir. Alhamdulillah kita semua dapat berkumpul, bisa bertatap muka dengan jarak yang dekat dan yang jauh begitu. Semoga kita semua mendapatkan ridha Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Bapak Ibu sekalian, Pak Kepala Bidang PSMA yang saya hormati, perkenankan kami selaku panitia menyampaikan laporan pelaksanaan kegiatan NSDC tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat tahun 2026. Kegiatan ini merupakan bagian dari Lomba Debat Indonesia yang diselenggarakan sebagai wadah pengembangan talenta peserta didik dalam bidang debat bahasa Inggris, sekaligus sarana untuk meningkatkan kemampuan berpikir kritis, komunikasi, kolaborasi, dan kepemimpinan generasi muda. Pak Kabid yang saya hormati, dan Bapak Ibu sekalian dan adik-adikku, dasar pelaksanaan ini merupakan program kerja bidang pembinaan SMA Dinas Pendidikan Provinsi Jawa Barat di tahun 2026. Kemudian yang kedua, ini merupakan kebijakan manajemen talenta nasional dalam pengembangan prestasi peserta didik. Dan tentunya didasarkan atas panduan pelaksanaan Lomba Debat Indonesia tahun 2026. Tujuannya yaitu satu, menyeleksi peserta terbaik yang akan mewakili Provinsi Jawa Barat pada NSDC tingkat nasional. Yang kedua, mengembangkan kemampuan berbahasa Inggris peserta didik. Yang ketiga, menumbuhkan budaya berpikir kritis, kreatif, dan komunikatif, serta meningkatkan semangat kompetisi yang sehat, serta menjunjung tinggi sportivitas. Tentunya waktu dan tempat pelaksanaan kegiatan NSDC ini dilaksanakan pada hari ini, Sabtu sampai dengan hari Minggu, pada tanggal 27 sampai dengan 28 Juni 2026. Tempat untuk panitia, juri, dan fasilitator itu bertempat di SMA Negeri 1 Lembang, Bandung Barat, dan peserta melaksanakan dengan media daring. Tentunya Pak Kepala Bidang yang saya hormati, peserta NSDC tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat tahun 2026 itu terdiri atas perwakilan SMA, MA, SMK, MAK atau sederajat dari seluruh kabupaten kota di Jawa Barat yang telah memenuhi persyaratan sesuai dengan ketentuan. Jumlah peserta ada 81 orang. Ini merupakan perwakilan juara lomba debat bahasa Inggris di tingkat kabupaten kota, atau bisa terdiri dari 27 tim. Tentunya pelaksanaan kegiatan berlangsung sesuai dengan jadwal yang telah ditetapkan, mulai diawali dengan technical meeting, nanti babak penyisihan, sampai dengan final dan penetapan pemenang. Tentunya perlu kami sampaikan dan informasi kepada seluruhnya bahwa pelaksanaan NSDC tingkat nasional nanti akan dilaksanakan pada tanggal 31 Agustus sampai dengan 6 September 2026. Bapak dan Ibu hadirin semua dan anak-anakku sekalian, akhirnya kami berharap seluruh rangkaian kegiatan NSDC tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat tahun 2026 dapat berlangsung dengan lancar, objektif, sportif, dan menghasilkan duta-duta debat terbaik yang akan mengharumkan nama Jawa Barat di tingkat nasional. Bapak Kepala Bidang yang saya hormati, demikian laporan yang dapat kami sampaikan. Tentunya tidak mengurangi rasa hormat kami kepada Bapak untuk memberikan arahan sekaligus membuka acara NSDC ini. Atas perhatian dan dukungan semua pihak, dan kami ucapkan terima kasih. Thank you for your attention. May the best team win. Tentunya kepada seluruh peserta, adik-adikku sekalian, speak with confidence, think critically, and debating respectfully. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Jazakallah khairan kasiran kami sampaikan kepada Bapak Kiki atas laporannya. Baik hadirin sekalian, memasuki acara inti, yakni sambutan sekaligus pembukaan resmi yang akan disampaikan oleh Kepala Bidang PSMA Bapak Dr. Haji Ai Nur Hasan. Mohon berkenan Bapak.
Ya, terima kasih atur nuhun. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sebelumnya mohon maaf saya tidak bisa hadir langsung di lokasi ya, karena dalam waktu yang bersamaan ada beberapa kegiatan yang harus dilakukan. Hari ini hari pertama ya, saya sebagai Kepala Bidang PSMA. Alhamdulillah bisa berpartisipasi bersama rekan-rekan dalam kegiatan National Debating Championship ya, National Schools Debating Championship. Alhamdulillah sudah berjalan dalam beberapa tahap dan insya Allah hari ini kita akan memulai tingkat provinsi. Rekan-rekan Dewan Juri NSDC yang saya hormati, kemudian Ketua Panitia dan jajarannya, para guru pendamping, panitia penyelenggara, serta adik-adik para peserta NSDC yang luar biasa sudah menunjukkan kompetensi dan berbagai kemampuannya di level tingkat kabupaten ya. Dan hari ini akan kita tunjukkan kemampuan kita semua di level provinsi. Di beberapa hari yang lalu saya menghadiri kegiatan Pak Gubernur yang menghadirkan Profesor Bagus Mulyadi. Sebagaimana para pakar pendidikan lainnya, semuanya sepakat bahwa pendidikan ini kan ditujukan dalam rangka kapitalisasi potensi. Artinya di sana terjadi persaingan bebas. Setiap siswa memiliki hak yang sama untuk menggali dan mengembangkan potensinya. Tidak dibatasi oleh sekat-sekat yang ada. Ya. Disitulah yang dimaksud dengan kapitalisasi potensi. Tentunya ini dalam rangka menggali kemampuan dan meningkatkan ya kemampuan berpikir kritis, kreatif dan komunikatif. Yang pada akhirnya seharusnya dalam setiap level pendidikan, baik jenjang SD, SMP, SMA sampai berbagai perguruan tinggi di level-levelnya, tentunya di sini akan terjadi perubahan kualifikasi diri, kemampuan yang lebih baik, meningkat sesuai dengan jenjang pendidikannya. Disitulah yang kita harapkan kualitas diri anak didik kita, kreativitas, nilai-nilai kritis, dan komunikatif itu menjadi bagian penting sehingga mampu eksis di tengah-tengah masyarakat guna memecahkan berbagai persoalan diri, persoalan keluarga, masyarakat, lingkup terkecil sampai ke dunia internasional. Dan alhamdulillah saya bersyukur adik-adik sudah bisa menitikkan karir, menitikkan titik koordinat, bisa naik ke level yang lebih tinggi ya. Dan ini adalah upaya kita bersama agar mendorong adik-adik kita bisa menjangkau yang lebih luas dengan tetap berada pada fondasi akar budaya kehidupan yang sebenarnya. Itu yang kita harapkan. Tentunya berbagai upaya kita lakukan. Salah satunya adalah dengan lomba debat bahasa Inggris ini. Saya berharap ini adalah satu titik penting di mana kita mendorong anak-anak didik kita mampu eksis di berbagai lapisan masyarakat, baik itu di keluarga, di lingkungan, bahkan ke lingkup yang lebih luas. Dengan tetap tadi berpijak pada akar tata nilai masyarakat lokal. Disitulah Pak Gubernur meluncurkan program Gapura Pancawaluya. Kita memang harus melanglang buana, menguasai teknologi, menguasai lingkungan yang lebih luas, eksis di tengah-tengah masyarakat yang lebih luas, dengan tetap berpijak ya pada akar budaya di mana kita tumbuh, hadir dan berkembang. Untuk itu mohon bantuan dan dukungannya para pendamping, para manajemen sekolah, sehingga anak didik kita yang sudah memperlihatkan potensinya, eksistensi dirinya, kita dorong, kita bimbing sehingga bisa menjadi anak-anak terbaik dengan kemampuannya masing-masing. Adik-adik, ada satu titik yang menjadi perhatian kita, bahwa berpikir kritis dan kreatif itu tidak mungkin terlihat tanpa ada kemampuan komunikasi. Dan komunikasi itu dilihat dari bahasa, ya. Mulai dari bahasa daerah kita, ya. Jangan lupa ya, kalau orang Sunda ya bahasa Sunda, orang Cirebon bahasa Cirebon, orang Padang bahasa Padang, itu menjadi bagian penting juga yang harus ada dikuasai. Kemudian lingkup nasional dengan bahasa Indonesia dan bahasa internasionalnya, ya. Bahkan ke lingkup yang lebih luas, lingkup internasional. Ada dia memiliki potensi itu. Saya yakin kalau ini terus kita gali, kita kembangkan, maka adik-adik adalah menjadi putra-putri terbaik yang akan berkarir di berbagai lingkup kehidupan masyarakat, ya. Karena tadi kemampuan berpikir kritis, kreativitas tetap harus dieksistensikan, dikomunikasikan dalam berbagai bahasa. Dan adik-adik memiliki potensi itu. Untuk itu, selamat ya kepada adik-adik yang hari ini sebagai peserta NSDC tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat. Tunjukkan kemampuannya, tunjukkan kualitas dirinya, dan insya Allah semuanya adalah pemenang, semuanya adalah yang terbaik, ya. Karena memang tidak mungkin semuanya peringkat satu, semua harus diurut, ya. Tetapi berapapun peringkatnya, urutan keberapapun, adalah pemenang dan terbaik. Karena tujuan lomba ini kan tidak sekedar menunjukkan siapa juara 1, 2, dan 3. Tidak. Tetapi ini adalah ajang adik-adik untuk menunjukkan kualitas dirinya, menggali pengalaman yang baru, dan pasti semuanya adalah pemenang. Dan tentunya tadi dari sekian banyak harus kita kirimkan ke tingkat nasional, sehingga bagi yang diutus ke level nasional, ya saya sampaikan selamat. Bagi yang tidak, ada dia masih banyak kesempatan untuk menunjukkan kualitas dirinya. Untuk itu, terima kasih kepada semuanya. Selamat bekerja, selamat mengikuti kegiatan lomba. Mudah-mudahan Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala meridhoi kita semua. Untuk itu, terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Dan dengan mengucapkan basmalah, kegiatan NSDC tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat saya nyatakan dibuka. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Itu terima kasih. Selamat untuk semuanya. Thank you and good luck to all participant. Semoga kita semua diberkahi. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Kabid PSMA, Bapak Dr. Haji Ainur Hasan atas sambutan sekaligus pembukaannya. Hadirin yang kami muliakan, agar setiap langkah dan gagasan para peserta diridhoi Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, mari kita tutup rangkaian pembukaan ini dengan doa. Kepada Bapak Toteng kami persilahkan memimpin doa.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak, Ibu, dan anak-anakku sekalian, izinkan saya memimpin doa dengan agama Islam. Bagi Bapak, Ibu, dan anak-anakku sekalian yang beragama dan keyakinan lain, dipersilakan untuk berdoa menurut agama dan kepercayaannya. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad, kama sholaita ala ali Ibrahim. Allahumma rabbana la tu'ahidna inasina au ahtona. Rabbana wala tahmil alaina isron kama hamaltahu ala lazina min qablina. Rabbana wala tuhamilna ma la taqata lana bih wa'fu anna waghfir lana warhamna anta maulana fangsurna 'alal qaumil kafirin. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, berikan kami kemudahan, kelancaran, dan kesuksesan untuk melaksanakan salah satu program terbaik, yaitu Lomba Debat Indonesia NSDC tingkat Provinsi Jawa Barat. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, berikan kepada kami putra-putri terbaik untuk mewakili Provinsi Jawa Barat di tingkat nasional. Ya Allah, ya Karim, berikan kami kemampuan untuk bisa membimbing putra-putri kami menjadi putra-putri yang sehat, baik, benar, pintar, dan kreatif. Atau dalam bahasa Sunda adalah cager, bager, benar, pintar, dan singar sebagai putra-putri Jawa Barat yang berkarakter Pancawaluya. Ya Allah, kabulkanlah doa dan harapan kami. Robbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Aqulu qawli hadza wa astaghfirullah li wa lakum. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for your attention.
Amin ya robbal alamin. Terima kasih Bapak Toteng. Alhamdulillah hadirin semuanya, seluruh rangkaian pembukaan telah selesai kita lakukan. Kami ucapkan selamat bertanding kepada seluruh peserta. Berdebatlah dengan ilmu, dengan adab, dengan akhlak, dan penuh sportivitas. Karena itulah ciri manusia yang berwawasan. Saya Suningsi selaku MC dalam kegiatan ini mohon pamit. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kepada
Saya
Dewan
izin
Juri,
duluan ya Bapak Ibu.
ya Bapak, terima kasih Bapak. Mangga.
Ya.
Kepada Dewan
Mangga
Juri,
non.
ya. Hatur nuhun. Kepada Dewan Juri, peserta dan ofisial dipersilahkan untuk memulai lombanya. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang mengikuti dari luar, selain pendamping dapat menyaksikan melalui live streaming YouTube Disdik Jabar. Terima kasih. Kegiatan saya serahkan kepada Mbak Stanley dan Mbak Regina dan Mas Stanley. Silahkan.
All right. Hi, everybody. Once again, welcome to the LDE Cabang Bahasa Inggris Provinsi Jawa Barat 2026. Happy to see everybody here. Accompanying me, there's also Stanley. Before we start, there is a huge update in rundown, so you guys can take a look on that first. But not only that, first thing first is that just a quick reminder over the recording and consent for the integration purposes. We did explain during the technical meeting that we're going to record every of the procession, meaning during your case building and during the debate, we're going to record everything. So please do make sure you do show your, please to position your camera rightly. Let me show you guys first. So please at least show your paper. If you cannot show like your paper within the frame, you can just at least show paper that you're writing here. The judge that will the judges that are also going to adjudicating your room for integrated purposes, of course, will also ask you to show your room and show your paper that you're going to use for debate before we start before we start the debate. So that is something to note for everybody. So this is something that we already talked about during technical meeting. So please do pay attention and please do notice that this is something that we want you all to implement. Had something happen, for example, I cannot do that because my camera don't fit, or oh the frame is my frame is have some error or something like that. Please do change your device. We have reminded you weeks before this day, before this competition. Please do abide by that. Second of all, had something happen, had something that is not equitable happen, the equity team, the CAP, the committee have all the rights. So actually, first of all, pursue any sanction with our rights. So please do abide by the rules. If you're not sure, you can reread the technical meeting PowerPoint, PPT or PDF again. We have put it on the group description. Last but not least, draw has been released. We'll share the screen very soon. Please do wait for a moment. Yeah, the draw has been released. Please do note your position. Please do note your position once again and your room. We'll open the room. We'll open the position. Okay, thank you. Um, yeah. And while waiting for the motion launch, you can enjoy the sauce. Thank you. All right. Hi everybody. We still see some of you haven't renamed your um participant name in Zoom. Please do rename your position and then yeah, around the room, your position and then your team. Um, please do rename now. Yeah, motion launch going to be.
Hi everyone, welcome to the first round of LDE Bahasa Inggris Jawa Barat 2026. For this first round, we will have a contact flight. The theme for this first round is education. The info slide. Job ready skills and certification is a practical skills and professional credentials designed to prepare individuals for specific areas. Example, IT certifications, coding bootcamps, digital marketing courses, trade licenses, etc. Conventional academic degree is a formal educational qualifications that provide broad theoretical and academic knowledge. Examples, bachelor's degree, master's degree, law degree, engineering, etc. Um, I will give you 10 until 15 seconds to write the info slide and to understand. Next for the motion. Round one, the motion is this house supports students in developing countries, prioritizing job-ready skill certifications over conventional academic degrees. Do you guys have any questions on this motion? All right, I think it's already quite clear. So for the class meeting starts now. You may go
Sir,
to
can you repeat the motion again, please? Thank you very much.
you can read the motions in your private URL and also in the WhatsApp group. Uh, the motion here still being displayed. You can write and you can may go to the breakout room. Class will start now, and the debate will start at um 9 9:12. Okay. Thank you everyone. Good luck.
Oh my God.
Participants, breakout room is open. Please to proceed to the breakout room now.
Hi, Team Kabupaten Cianjur. Golf in room 2, please join the breakout room for the case building. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Hello everyone, cheese building time has elapsed. I repeat, cheese building time has elapsed. Let me make sure first, am I audible? Is this volume audible? If it is, give it, okay, good, thank you. Okay, before anything, we have two things to do. Number one, please send in your speaking order. Uh, do it through typing the chat box. And number two, as per the technical meeting, before we start the debate, I need to make sure that you guys are alone in this room, aka like no one else is within the room with you, like maybe a guardian or a coach. It's only your team and your team only. So we can start doing that by maybe taking your laptop and doing a 360 like tour of the room to make sure that no one else is in the room. We can start with team government. Like, is there a way to show that no one else is in the room with you?
1 second.
Okay.
Is it
Also,
okay if I use the other camera to do this?
yeah. Opposition can also do that for Kabupaten Bandung Barat.
Is that okay?
Okay. Yep. Okay. Yep. Opposition, you guys can do the same thing. Team opposition, can you guys like show around the room to make sure no one else is in the room with you? Yeah, just do a 360 rotation. Okay, great. We should be good to go. Oh yeah, opposition, waiting for your speaking order, by the way. You guys can just type it. Okay, in the meantime, while opposition is typing in their speaking order, let me just give a couple of reminders that I'm sure you guys already know about. Remember to be respectful to one another. This is not only respectful in your speech, but also the way you give and answer POIs. Remember to not badger, and remember to be respectful to one another. The maximum time for a speech is 8 minutes and 15 seconds. 8 minutes and 20 seconds, sorry. 8 minutes and 20 seconds. The time for POI is 15 seconds, and the time between POI is 15 seconds. So make sure to not spam your opponents whenever you're giving POIs. So yeah, okay. Both team government and opposition have sent in their speaking orders. Without further ado, under the motion, this House supports students in developing countries prioritizing job-ready skills certifications over conventional academic degrees. I welcome Proposition 1 to start the debate. Here.
Could I ask for 20 seconds to prepare my notes first?
Yep. Oh, yeah, also, I will show the stopwatch on the Zoom. Let me just do it right now. Yeah, I have a stopwatch. So you guys can just look at the corner of your screen, and I will try to send in timestamps if you have reached the 6th minute, 7th minute, and 8th minute. Okay.
Hold on.
You good?
Yeah, I'm just rearranging my notes. Okay. Is this audible enough?
Yep, it's audible.
Okay. I prefer my POIs verbally. I'm setting my timer, and I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. In a world where we prioritize conventional academic degrees compared to job-ready skills certifications, is a world where students, especially in developing nations, has a lower likelihood of actually getting a better life in the future. And we are so proud to propose several points for setup then. Firstly, what do students in developing nations look like? A, these students living in developing nations, for example, in Indonesia, Thailand, and other countries that are still growing, what does this look like then? Countries where their infrastructure, economy, and also other fields such as employment, education, healthcare isn't as developed as much as compared to the first and second world countries. Therefore, Judge, we tell you that the urgency here and what the status quo actually looks like for these students in these nations. Secondly, then, what does job-ready skills look like? These skills and certificates that shows and presents to the employers that these certain individuals and students has the baseline in practical skills and professional credentials that
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Second point on setup, then on framing. These job-ready skills give you the foundation of a specific skill and job you want to go for, compared to academic certification, where you are presented with also the base, but pushes for more of a major. Done with the setup, let me forward to my first argument then, on how it acts as a safety net. The principle here is one of the point of education, which is for individuals to get a job later in life. When we talk about job-ready skills and certifications, Judge, these individuals who aim for these skills are going to aim for a specific career later in life, meaning that they will go for a certain career that they find their passion in or one that the economy needs. What is the mechanism for this then? Students would be learning skills and the overall foundation of that specific career, meaning that they won't be focusing on other things like how they would do for a conventional or academic degree. So, Judge, we tell you that the likelihood of is so much higher on our side. And what are the two impacts then? Twofolds. Firstly, when individuals are prioritizing job-ready skills, they're narrowed down to one or two careers, meaning that they spend majority of their education on learning the knowledge that is required for that certain job. Meanwhile, if they prioritize academic certification, panel, we're talking about like students in developing nations, like for example in Indonesia, where education is already expensive for majority of people, and moreover, what would it look like for 4 more years or like 10 more years in college? Actually looks like then it'll bring so much harm. For example, considering the cost and also the time and effort. And with realistically speaking, some would only get by through like high school education. Therefore, Judge, the likelihood of these students prioritizing it is so much harmful. Secondly, then, it also acts as a safety net because even if you graduate from top universities with whatever you have, Judge, we tell you that this does not 100% guarantee you getting a job in the future. On our side, Judge, we can assure you that students who prioritize these job skills in developing countries will act as a safety net for them, as it's so much more practical rather than getting into like these academic degrees without ensuring you a spot. Because, Judge, I think that firstly, these students would know which sectors of the employment or field they want to play in, given that it gives them a better chance of securing the job when talking about developing nations. Moving on to my second argument then. The principle here is time efficiency. Let's make another comparison between these job-ready skills and also these conventional academic degree. Once again, the academic degree would have certain requirements, for example, graduating high schools, primary. Meanwhile, job-ready skills, it also enables you to join these short courses whenever you want to. It doesn't require you to join a certain range of age. Therefore, Judge, it makes them more flexible, especially for students in developing nations when they're literally struggling in high school. Due to all these reasons, then, I'm so proud to propose.
All right, I thank the first proposition speaker for that speech. Now, to open the case of opposition, I welcome opposition one. Here, here.
Is my voice audible?
Yep, it's audible.
Okay, that's final. Okay. So before I start my speech, I would like to show my materials. So I would show you. So this is like the bag that we have for our phones. We put it in front of here so you guys can see we're not cheating and everything because our devices is here. And this is my notes. I have 2 blank papers. It's only one-sided, and I have some sticky notes. And I only have my stationary keyboard and console mouse. And here are my speakers, the second speakers and third speaker. And should I stand or should I just sit? Perfect. Okay. Now,
It's okay.
I'll be starting my speech in, I prefer to say POI. Oh, and also I prefer POIs in raising hands. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see here. We must focus on the status quo. We can see that from the government team, we completely agree with the definition that are given by the government team about developing nations and about what is the indicator of developing nations about infrastructure, employment, and urgency. And we also agree with the definition of education from the government team. So we'd like to thank you, the government team, for giving giving the definition. But there is one thing that I would like to highlight. They said that the jobs here, jobs that an employer needs a baseline or a practical. And they said that here about job ready skills certifications said that it is a baseline practical and also the foundation into a specific career. And we can see that conventional only have qualifications, and they also focus on the efficiency of time, where they said that a university has a longer period of time and also have lots of costs, which the government said that the job ready skill certification is really efficient. But we must see here on the status quo, especially let's take an example in Indonesia. Nearly every employers in Indonesia actually requires a degree, a minimum of bachelor's degree. And we already see here that is already the status quo. If we are only prioritizing the job ready skill certification, how about the employers that actually need employees to have a certain degree? And they also said that what on their first argument is about the foundational of education. They said that to build basics or foundation, they also have certification is also the base. But we can see that the certification is actually only one time, and they said it is guaranteed into a specific career. But it's really irony that not actually every job ready skill certification actually guaranteed to have a job. Even the graduates, even the bachelor's degree, the master's degrees also have a chance of not even having a job because there's no guarantee. Well, we can see here by prioritizing it, by seeing prioritizing job ready skills or certification actually hard to measure. If we fail, we have to actually try and repeat the boot camp or the certification again, and it actually going to cost more money. Also, let's see here. They said that the job ready skill certification is going to establish a narrow job and also to have a specific career. So what's the difference with university having different majors? Because university have different majors and also prepare them for specific careers also. So this just means the same thing. Job ready skill certification and conventional academic degree have the same thing. There's no guarantee for them to have a job because we have the data here that I will explain later. And also what they also prepare students for a specific career because we know this no thank you, the most important stakeholder here is the students. Now let's see the status quo here. Many developing countries there are many employment, and also let's see what also the indicator of the developing countries. First of all, they have low literacy. And also we can hear and also serve some data that about 86% of unemployment is from a total of non-graduates here in Indonesia. That's why we want That's why we want them to have a basic foundation, a better foundation by pursuing a conventional degree. No, thank you. Let's see here. We actually give a stronger foundation. For example, because we know that the status quo is low literacy, we need to focus in the academic and in the education for the students. Because we know that jobs actually require a degree and sufficient literacy. For example, like specific degrees, like engineering, doctors, teachers, or even law. And we can see that skill certification are one-time and unstructured. If we do have a skill certification, we know that we're going to have a job, but we're going to be stuck on a level job that is on the low level job. So we couldn't really explore into the most and more opportunities that the university or conventional academic degree has. Next, we can see here that in university degree actually opens new opportunities because we know that employers have standards and by having a degree actually gives standards to those employers. And we also know that with the opening new opportunities, also more fields to explore. We know that we must be flexible. If we only focus on one specific job, what if we actually lose the job in the process? We could not develop. If we want high level job by certificate, degree is still needed because courses are only addition. Now let's see, what is the problem from certification or job ready skill certification? First, it is hard to measure because we know that every certification, the provider claim that they are better. And we know that this certification skills, there are so many providers. And also, we know that university is a trusted source. And also, we know that certification actually have a maximum time limit. Let me give you an example. First of all, AI certification is only available for a maximum of 3 years. But so we know that we have to renew it periodically, which is going to cost us a lot of money. But how about university? University is about commitment. Yes, please.
So before, are you saying that by prioritizing academic degree, you're 100% placing students to academic degree? Because that's what you said. Because that's what, we never said that we're 100% placing students only on job ready skills. Please engage.
Right. We're not saying that we're guaranteed, but you guys said that this job certification is you said that it is as a safe net and about securing jobs when we know that it has a maximum time limit. And from here, we can also say that if we only have a specific jobs, for example, because you also said that it's going to give a narrow job from this job certification. That means that we don't have that much to explore. But there are so many jobs in this world that we could actually explore and give new opportunities. We're not saying that we don't want to prioritize job ready skill certification, but we know that job ready skill certification is there. It is available for those people who needed it. But we know that by prioritizing them, especially to students, the students that want to pursue a career, like doctors, for example, they need a degree. And we can see here the benefit of conventional academic degree. First of all, it's about networking. From university, we have alumni in certain fields. Like I said before, university have many majors, and it is wider and easier to get a job. And even it is easier and even in securing jobs because we know that we have the foundation skills to many jobs, for example, like in literacy. And also, it is about sustainability and also the intensity of the students. We know that we need the best quality and education provide that. Skill certification also provide that, but we know that conventional academic degree actually give benefits, sustainability benefits to those students. And with that, we are really proud to oppose. Thank you.
I thank Op 1 for that speech. Now to continue the case of proposition, I welcome Prop 2. Here, here.
Can I confirm if I'm audible?
Yep, you're audible.
Cool.
I'll be starting my, oh yeah, POI is verbally, please. So please just mute your mic and interrupt me during my speech. I'll be starting in 3, 2.
Or can you repeat your preference on PI?
Sorry? Oh yeah, please just unmute. So yeah, just interrupt me. Okay. I'll be starting in 3, 2, 1. When developing countries continue to lag behind, it becomes necessary for students to invest in job-ready certifications for not only themselves, but for the sake of the communities and the nation that they live in. I'm so proud to boast. At the top of my speech, 3 clarifications I'd like to make. Firstly, what are the interests or priorities of these students in developing countries? So because of their relatively poor on average compared to, say, the developed world, the necessity then lies on getting a stable source of income such that they're able to not support not only themselves and their basic necessities, but to support their family. And the thing is, in the current status quo, most average people, like say Indonesians, the majority work in relatively low skilled jobs because how inaccessible higher education generally is, and how these lower skill options, despite the lower wage, is something that's far more accessible to their qualifications. But also, secondly, I'd like to clarify what the burden of the motion is, because our burden is not to justify why people should suddenly only choose for these certifications, but also to justify the prioritization of it. I.e., you can get a certification at 16 before you go to university at 18 after you graduate. So I'd like to then call out opposition stance in this case here, which is quite unclear. What they need to defend is the prioritization of why conventional degrees is better, and not why solely a negative case on why job skills somehow doesn't give you good employability. They need to prove to us why they have a positive case too. But thirdly, on certifications, I'd like to note how these are likely quite recognized on an international scale, because their characterization of certifications as limited in terms of this duration is quite uncharitable. When I think in the current digital economy, the rise of these educational platforms is becoming far more prevalent. And because of this precedent, it is seen as something far more accessible for even things in the workplace. But they also tell us the quality of education is somewhat symmetrical at the same time. So this means that I think we can also take the claim that the duration can last a considerable amount of time, at least enough to get the person a substantial amount of work experience in the years that you would have otherwise spent in university, and instead paying tuition instead of actually getting more qualifications. Now then, I'd like to move on to my rebuttals. My first clash on regarding the quality of education, and the second clash regarding employability before I move on to my extension. First clash then, on quality of education. So they tell us about how majors exist and how this gives a greater quality of education because it provides a greater foundational baseline for students and how it gives benefits such as networking. But firstly, I'd like to question the necessity for this huge broad foundation that is general, when currently the capitalist economy that we live in is something that prioritizes specialization. Specialization is something that generally gives you better better outcomes in terms of how you get a job, and therefore this is something that should be prioritized when the principle of education itself is meant to ensure a means that the people who gain education are able to pursue substantial career paths that can improve their livelihoods. But this means that we are better catering in terms of quality of education when these institutions are extremely specialized on a certain thing, i.e. coding. This means that they're likely going to invest more resources in this one specific field, which means that the quality of education in that field relative to, say, a university is likely higher when everything is focused on is on that point. But secondly, they tell us about networking and how this is a good benefit for people in the future. But I think that a lot of certifications and these platforms also exist in the network, but even in a worst case that you don't take this characterization, I think that things like the internet is something that essentially neutralizes its benefits, because you have platforms like LinkedIn that already give people access to various other people from different career paths. But you also have the fact that if you take our claim that these job-ready skills are able to give greater work experience and a direct path to the workplace, this means that people are also able to get more connections and improve their networking within their relative field of interest, in lieu of just joining more internships and joining more corporations in an early period of time, which sets them far more ahead in terms of ahead of university students in actual career networking. But second clash then on employability. So they told us about how a university degree is essentially the baseline
baseline of employers and why this is necessary. And they also told us about the necessity of flexibility in the current job market. Notice this argument is entirely contingent on the assumption that employers want degrees. Yes, we acknowledge that in the past this has been the case, but as degrees become more and more saturated, the value ascribed to a certain bachelor's degree has to gradually decrease. And this means employers are looking for other differentiating factors, i.e., if you have a certain certification that's highly recognized because of how it gives good education in certain specific field, and they need workers that are proficient in that field. Or maybe because this one person, because they opted for a certification first before university, they happen to have a resume that is far more loaded in terms of like work experience, which is something arguably far more valuable to employers when what they want is to invest in employees that give you a higher return on investment. Notice this is highly likely because employers naturally have an economic incentive. So even if in the current status quo, people prefer to hire people with degrees, this will gradually drift away in the future when people eventually realize that when like you get a greater practical impact when people specialize through these certifications. On flexibility, I would also like to rebut this point on how I don't think that this is like highly a huge necessity in the current status quo, because I don't think a degree, if you consider the fact that there are set majors, I don't think this grants you a degree of flexibility either. I think that showing that you have certain soft skills that are valuable in the workplace, this is something that grants you more flexibility in terms of how you get employed in a certain career. I'd like to move on to my extension then on how we accelerate the development of developing countries. So the premise here is simple. Would students have a shorter path to upskilling via the job-ready skills credentials? This then leads to broader practical trickle-down impacts on their community. This provides an out path to victory on our case here because we give you macro-level impacts beyond the individual, which then shows how we outscale opposition on the results of our case here. A couple points. Firstly, to contest this argument, let me illustrate how educational pathways currently look like. So relative to the developed world, where more labor and resources are allocated to education, the quality is generally lower. This means not only does international competitors outcompete local institutions, even with say ITB, UE, or UGM in Indo, but it also takes a long time, especially for more specialized careers. This means the youth workforce spends more time in training before actively contributing to the workplace. Then given the context of developing countries as something that's still like lacking completely developed in, let's say, infrastructure, and having things like poverty still being something prevalent, these few years lost are something extremely crucial because this means less time where people can send wages to support their family and their community as a whole. But B, the most competitive universities are also extremely expensive. The top institutions, even in Indonesia, are generally inaccessible for the average Indonesian without aid. This means you have less people entering higher skilled jobs because they'd rather not starve the next day and because that's an immediate concern. And B, if people choose to risk it, potentially lower return on investment when the market is already saturated with degrees. Comparatively, our proposition is far more better because job-ready skills are faster or cheaper options. When people get into the workplace faster and therefore they are able to contribute in certain developing sectors and outcompete internationally. But B, because it's cheaper, it will be more accessible to a wider range of individuals that tackles the differentiating factor between developed and developing countries. But C, at the very least, they're able to better support their families, which is why you should vote for side proposition. Thank you.
All right, I thank Proctor for that speech. Now to continue the case of opposition, I welcome opposition to period.
Thank you. Before I start, is my voice audible enough? All right. I am the second speaker, and here's my notes. I have a lot of yellow post-it notes in me. In our table, also there are pink notes, and there are also my notes here. Written notes, only one-sided. And before I start, I would like to clarify that I prefer POI in raising hands. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and honorable adjudicators, I am here to further strengthen my first speaker's argument, in which that we are against the idea that students in developing countries should prioritize job-ready skill certifications over conventional academic degree. Now, before I start talking more about our arguments, I would like to respond into the arguments that has been made by the government team. The first one is one of the arguments that they repeat over and over across this discussion, in which that they claim that academic degree, conventional academic degree, require more money and are more expensive than the tuition, which we don't see it that way, in a sense that, as what my leader of opposition has mentioned, when we take a look at what is skill certifications, it is only one time, meaning that in a few years, these students have to redo and renew these certifications again. So when you claim that the skill certifications are more easier to afford, then we are questioning on whether that's true, because we see that it has a time limit. And when you actually question whether or not this is true, this is true. Take a look at, say, AI certifications, even professional AI certification on Gemini for university lecturers. And this is true, gentlemen. We can see that actually it has a time limit of only 3 years. And what does that mean? It means that these students or these people have to actually renew their certification, meaning that on long term, it is more expensive. And when we're taking a look on conventional academic degree, it doesn't have any expiration date. Okay, no thank you, because we already explained our reasoning. And then the next one is that when they talk about how the certification and the courses are giving you more quality because it are more specific. Yes, we can see it that way in your point of view. However, as what my leader of opposition has mentioned, in conventional academic degree, even from JC level, we can also see that there are groups of specializations. So this is not true across all fields. And also, when we take a look on what is actually happening in the status quo, we can see that when we have a conventional academic degree, it is actually more acceptable across many fields and even internationally. Why? Because when you say that, hey, certifications are more specific. That's true. What does that mean? That means that you cannot use, say, AI certifications for you to work in a bakery, say, or you work in something more conventional, right? And also, I want to touch about something that they have said on, again, more access and more impact on community, which I would repeat what my first leader of opposition has said, in which that let's take a look on the status quo first. So we are talking about students in developing countries, right? And like, what is one of the characteristics that these students in developing countries have said? No, thank you, I haven't started on our arguments. Okay, so one of the characteristics of students in developing countries is that they have low literacy. And when we see them, in Indonesia itself, there are 22.6% people that are only primary graduates, meaning that most of them cannot read and they cannot do math properly. And our taking here is that we prioritize conventional academic degree because these academic degree can be a baseline for these students to actually have a good foundation, so that, say, they need some support on their careers, then they can do certifications after. And why is that? If they only have certifications, if they only prioritize these courses, then they can only be stuck and trapped in low-level job. Because hold on, later, because when we see at skill certifications itself, and when you say that it gives them the ability to work on the field easier, then they can only access low-level job if they don't have the foundation that is important by taking conventional academic degree. Yes?
Yeah, so isn't it better to, like, if they have lower literacy rates, isn't it better to opt for practical training when universities are mostly academic oriented? That means they have to write and use their literary skills a lot.
Exactly, and that's why we use conventional academic degree to improve their literacy because we're talking about students in developing countries. When we're talking about them, we see that their basic is not good. So before they take courses, before they take skill certifications, they have to have a good basic in which that these basics have to be standardized. And how can we do that? We do that as uh, having degree. Why? Because degree can work as a signal of standardizability of these people to have a good literacy, to be able to read, to be able to do basic math, to have to have good ability and basics so that they can actually work on many fields. And when we see, yeah, again, the benefits of conventional academic facility is that it is more acceptable across many fields. Okay, and I'll touch on our second arguments in which that again, the status quo is that now employers prefer university degree holders, right? And the thing is, this is it makes so much sense because when we take a look at certifications and courses in which this argument have been said by my leader of opposition, which have not been responded by you guys, which is that all of certification and courses providers can claim that they're the best, that they can give you the best certification ever and also can, as you said, give them safe haven or safety net for them to get a job. But everyone can claim that. Unless you can give us a proof that these certifications and courses are more trustworthy than these conventional academic degrees, then we cannot accept your argument. And also, again, as we said, that if you want to take a look at the extra benefits, then university also give students extra benefits. Why? Because say you want a specific knowledge and you want quality knowledge by those their expertise in that field, then you know what? In university, there are a lot of conferences paid by the university that are held by lecturers abroad, right? So can also be there. And also when we see, again, when we see at the status quo, there are many unemployment in developing countries. Why? Because again, there's skill gap and many employers prefer university degree holder. And when we take a look at universities, we can see that the students can have better networks for alumni that actually works in that specific field. So it is easier to get a job. And also, if you're saying that university is a lot more expensive, then you the fact that many universities, either public or independent, have scholarships and financial aids, and this does not happen in many of the certification and courses that require you to pay hundreds and thousands of rupiah, right? And also, we can see there are LPDP, there are KIP, there are Garuda. So you can tell us how these poor people can access certification and courses when we already said that these conventional academic degree can be accessed by scholarships, then you cannot win this argument. And also, your side has mentioned something about accessibility because of the internet. Are we talking about students in developed countries or in developing countries? Because when we're talking about internet, not every area have internet, ladies. Why? Because when we're talking about, say, rural areas, we are sure that there are, say, maybe not full, but there are some academic trips that will teach them. There's some
Order
type of
overtime.
conventional universities, but not internet. And that is why we're pro to oppose. Thank you.
Okay, I thank Opto for that speech. General reminder to that the maximum time for a speech is 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Okay, continuing the debate to close the substantive speeches from team government, I welcome Prof. 3. You're here.
There we go. Hold on, can I take a break first? Yes. Good. I would like to start my speech in 3, 2, 1, go. The opposition side of the House can convince themselves that people will get jobs and are better employed by just using conventional academic degrees. But the truth about fast employment itself is about skill set, a very specific skill set that comes from our side of the House. There are going to be multiple things that I will be doing as a third speaker of the of the government team. First of all, I would like to rebut a lot of points coming from the opposition side of the House. First of all, they stated that requirement for a degree is standard. First of all, we would like to clarify that this motion clearly states prioritizing. We are not for 0 to 100 towards one thing. Like, you can still get a degree, but what we are trying to say is that, like, linking back to what my PM has already stated, that like this ready skill certification is something that acts as a safety net. And also note the fact that like a degree takes a longer time, linking back to what she already said, stating that like when you apply to university, when you go and take a degree, you need to reach a certain level of like when you have to graduate high school, when you have to graduate junior high school, and that takes up a lot of time. Meanwhile, on our side of the house, when you apply to these ready skills certifications that are in forms of like short programs and boot camps, mainly most of them are something that is open for everyone and all, and something and it's like a place where it doesn't come from like, oh, you don't have to graduate from high school and stuff like that. So it's very easily more accessible, and it's way more beneficial long term and way more specific, and the chances of employment are higher, and that is something that I would like to get into more during my speech later on. And then second of all, they stated that the education inside a degree and a certification is basically the same thing. We definitely oppose of that statement. First of all, we would like to say that the education inside a degree, no, thank you. The education inside a degree is something that is true generic. When you register inside a university and get a degree, the experience of in-hand learning is not as specific as the ready skills and certification. When you do a short course, there's a very specific baseline and standard, and it's more relevant towards the working industry that we have today. And that links back to what the government that links back to what the opposition side of the team has stated regarding around networking in universities are way more broader. We would like to oppose of that because not necessarily people who work um, not necessarily, because people who work inside these short programs have actual experience in the working industry. Logically, like lecturers that work inside universities, there are people that learn from theory. Like most of them teach theory. When they teach psychology, they learn psychology mainly through theory and the theory that they learn from themselves. Like if they weren't, they'd be a psychologist by now. And like realistically, the baseline of these certifications are coming from people that have already worked inside that industry. So like based off networking itself, from our side of the house, we definitely win faster, and it's also like way more beneficial on our side of the house. And then mind you that registering for short courses are not only just time efficient but also economically accessible for the public. On the government side of the team, we are acknowledging that there are a lot of people, especially in the status quo in Indonesia right now. The university prices like IPI and UKATA, they are not cheap. They cost millions, 2 digits of millions rupiahs, and are not a lot. And there are many instances where people cannot afford going to a university, even if they get accepted into a specific major. And that is something that the opposition side of the house consistently overlooks. Education should be a baseline for students, but for some, it is a privilege. And the comparison here, on our side of the house, we don't only get long-term benefits of getting a job and helping circulate the economy faster in our country, but we also gain the accessibility for all. Like you guys argued regarding around like, oh, these short programs are not easily accessible, but we believe that you are over exaggerating the status quo that we're talking about right now. Like these short courses, as I've already stated, that these short courses are very accessible to almost all ages. And like on our side of the house, that clearly proves on how it's way more beneficial in terms of like the working industry. It's very relevant, the education that they give, and it's also open for all, very easily accessible, and it's beneficial long term because like it's a very fundamental thing to note that in our status quo right now, in a world of modernization and everything else that's going on right now, these industries and these people that are employing individuals, they're looking at skills. Like to note that like right now you have stated that degrees in such and such is something that is like a standard, but like at the end of the day, because of that stigma, because of that mindset, sure, it is a standard, but what they're looking at specifically is the skill set. And like we would also like to note, like just because someone takes economics and OE does not mean that they can do practical hand-on learning, such as like accounting or like handling really specific things that only working industries are able to handle. And then you also stated something regarding around like, oh, you need to be able to have like fundamental skills, like practicing literary skills if the foundations are bad and such from the opposition side of the team. You can't, like from that statement only, like we would like to rebut, because you can't, like from that solely only, you can't go up against people of the privilege. You can't compete competitively, because yet again, the education that is being given from the degrees that you are defending is something that is very theoretical. It's not in hand. It's not the education that you have stated is the same thing as the education that you have stated that is the same thing as the working industry is not the same thing. They have a very different baseline. They have a very different execution on how they do it. And then you guys also stated regarding like logic of trust. That statement is very, like we believe that it's not really that relevant, because like logically, if you think about it, these people would obviously want to register themselves into short courses or programs that are actually certified and something that is well known for them to get into like employability. So like you can't talk about trust, because logically people would obviously want to go inside an institution or a short program that is verifiable, the same way you would want to go and register inside a university that is also reliable. And then wait, hold on. You guys also stated something regarding around how like oh, short programs and short courses are something that is very short, that is a short term. We would like to rebut that is something that is very not true, because like at the end of the day, don't you also graduate only one time? And then mind you, like stuff like short courses like IELTS and TOEFLs are something that is that is very booming on right now, and it is something that is not only booming, but it's something that's being set as a standard. That is how important, and that solely is example of proof that like, oh, short programs are actually very beneficial. So judge, please do note that from our side of the house, we are looking at the accessibility of the motion that we are proposing. We are looking at the time efficiency that we have already stated regarding around the motion that we propose. And then yet again, like from the opposition side of the house, there are very many vague definitions and a lot of loopholes. And for all of these reasons, we would proudly propose, and definitely in our side of the house, we gain the upper hand. Thank you.
Okay, I thank Opteri for that speech. Now to close the substantive speeches as a whole, I welcome Opteri. You're here.
Val, you need to teach me how you take your notes way more efficient, because like, oh my god, this is so messy.
I don't know. I just read ball. I mean, you can read if you want.
Can I read it? Like, you don't.
You guys are still unmuted with it.
Okay, hello, I am the third speaker. So firstly, we would like to show our papers. So this is going to be my paper. See, it's one-sided. And this is all my post-it notes. And also, just to clarify before we start our speech, we prefer POIs in open mic. So be aggressive with the third speaker. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, all members of the House, one conclusion that the opposition can conclude from the governing side of the House is that they are not looking at developing countries, which is very unfortunate because, ladies and gentlemen, they emphasize so much about how these people in developing countries, they are looking for a faster way. They're looking for a way to get a job immediately to support their families and such. But then again, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at the motion itself. It says developing countries. Now, what is the nature of these developing countries, as has also been stated by the Prime Minister about how they are looking for a job, they're mostly unemployed, and they're looking for a fast way to get a job. So by impulse, they try to get certification. But again, as what has been stated by the government whip, they say that certification is verified? I don't know. They say that this certification system is trusted, but then again, we have acknowledged there are lots and lots of different certifications, and we believe that not all of them are actually trusted, which opposes what has been said by the government web. So we believe that the nature of these developing countries is that they impulsively take these let's say not so trusted courses, no thank you, not so trusted courses, and what? They take the course, they know that it's unsustainable maybe, and they hope for a job. But what do they end up as? Looking back at our status quo, how many of these unemployed people, 86% of them are non-graduates. So again, we're just repeating the loophole. So the suggestion that has been continuously been proposed by the governing side of the house is not fixing the problem at all. So, to clarify, we are also trying to make our stance here clear because we believe that we actually have a similar stance towards the governing side of the house, where we believe that we need to make people of developing countries more employed. But then again, they're not really considering that these are developing countries and what their natures are. Okay, now let's touch onto some arguments. Next, the most concerned one that we can also connect to developing countries is that they said that a lot of if you're not able to get networking through, let's say, university, you can do it to internet. But then again, as stated by the opposition whip, these are developing countries where a lot of them actually have minimum internet access. And that's why we go back to our status quo saying that the problem with these developing countries is that they are low on literacy. So our stance here is that we believe that the foundation must be fixed, as has been stated by the deputy opposition leader, that we need to be able to improve this literacy rate by what? By fixing the foundation through having these university degrees more prioritized. But then again, this is not a mechanism, as has been stated by the Prime Minister, where they have a mechanism, which is very confusing because then again, ladies and gentlemen, this motion is the perspective of the students. What we're trying to do here is trying to make sure that the perspective, we're not trying to make sure, actually, we're trying to support the perspectives of the students who are trying to, let's say, get a job in the future. So we support that these students should prioritize a more sustainable approach, which is university degrees. So they emphasize so much about time efficiency, where we believe that again, if let's say, for example, okay, you are initially very bad at math, but since you want to improve at that, let's say you spend years even, no, actually, no, let's not make it years, let's make it a few months. You spend a few months with your tutor, you try to gradually improve. We know that it's not instant, but in the end, if you try really hard, you see true improvement. And no, thank you, not yet. Actually, no, hold up. So after you see the improvement, that's where you can actually be good at math, even though it won't be, let's say it won't be perfect, but at least you have the improvement that can actually fix yourself. We believe that this is also the case for developing countries, where what's needed is actually the time. So we believe that the argument about time efficiency is completely invalid at this point. Okay, did the governing side of the house need a POI earlier? I think I saw one.
You stated that developing countries have minimum Wi-Fi, but you also indulge in these students to enroll in universities that are very, very expensive, and that is very contradictory to your point. So please engage.
Right. Thank you so much. We have stated a lot of arguments about this, where we have also mentioned about subsidized education, where it actually contradicts one of the arguments that has been made by the governing side of the house, where they say conventional degrees. Now, conventional degrees, like education in university, they cannot be subsidized. So it's completely your own money. Meanwhile, university, they have subsidies, they have scholarships, they have financial aid, and it has been stated by the government and web earlier about they give an example of Universitas Indonesia. But then again, we are going to touch into an argument that they don't even have touch at all. Because here's the thing. OE is a trusted foundation. Unlike the certification systems, we have no way of actually measuring if they are trusted or not. Because then again, when you look at the nature of these developing countries, they just want a way to get jobs quickly without having to consider what the future is. Because again, not to be biased, but this is developing countries, unlike the perspective that has not been viewed by the government side almost. It's going to be hard to say at all, but Yeah, that's that. Okay, so next is that we would like to. Okay, since they have failed to. Okay, and you also emphasize so much about how they said that skill set and work is very different. Skill set and knowledge is very different. But then again, this university degree, unlike certification, it can be a way to measure the skill set. It can measure the potential uh, of these people who go into university, because that's the point. We're trying to also make these employers have the best quality out of these developing country people who are actually trying to improve. No, thank you. Okay. So we believe that literacy here is sustainability, because unlike certification systems who have a definite time limit and they have to be renewed, which can actually cost more money and cannot be subsidized, we believe that uh, we believe that with a university degree, it means that you have a so you have an actual title to your name, and that stays permanent. Because one of the concerns that we have that has been stated by the governing side of the House is that they say that graduation is a one-time thing, which is not true at all, which is kind of common sense at this point. So that we believe that that's completely invalid to this House, because again, we here to conclude, we stand on four main arguments. Which, firstly, we believe that same jobs, some jobs do not. Some jobs require a specific degree, which again, this argument hasn't exactly been touched by the governing side of the House, because, for example, like doctors, engineers, or more complex jobs that are actually missing in developing countries, they are not able to be fulfilled by certification. Next is about how employers uh, prefer university degrees, which also has not really been in depth by the governing side of the House. And next is about how certification has a time limit. And we also believe that the key we will believe that the key towards a sustainable future is, well, literacy. Next is about how certifications are hard to measure. Because again, when we look at university degrees, you have 4 years of experience, ladies and gentlemen. You have 4 years to be measured by different lecturers, not just by one specific skill set, because we believe that limiting the skill set is actually the problem. You are not able to access more jobs. Okay, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay, I thank Optity for that speech. Now on to the replies. I welcome opposition reply. Here.
Kita menang di 3 long-term sustainability. Okay. So, to conclude this debate, the third speaker will now be giving the reply speech. So, unfortunately, it has come to the end of this debate, and we believe that our points. We
Sorry.
believe that we. Sorry.
Who's giving the reply speech?
Reply speech. Third speaker. Third speaker.
Third speakers aren't allowed to be the reply.
Right.
It needs to be
Well, okay. I'm gonna do the reply speech.
So the second speaker
Okay,
will be
here
the
is my
reply.
notes, again with the same paper but different side. And then we also have a lot of notes around here, but that's it. Okay, respected adjudicators, I'm here to announce that we, as the opposition team, has the upper hand of this debate. And it is because of three distinct reasons. The first one is the long-term sustainability. When we're taking a look at the motion itself, in which that we, as the opposition team, is proposing that we should actually prioritize conventional academic degree, it's for clear reasons. The first one is that by taking a look at what is the characteristics of developing countries, we now state that developing countries usually have low literacy foundations, and by them actually prioritizing on having conventional academic degree, they can have a literacy foundation that is actually really important for them then to get a job, for them then to get a specification so that they can get a job, right? And this is just a real common sense. And where we're taking a look at certifications, when the government team says that it is more easier because it has short term and it's only one time, then they cannot give us any guarantee that these people from these developing countries actually have the foundation for them to actually access better jobs, right? And also, well, when we're talking about sustainability, we see here that usually when we're talking about conventional degree, then it can be used on broad fields and in a long term, whereas certifications and courses have a time limit, and this is true. And we can see that uh, usually when we're talking about conventional academics, then because it's characteristic of being accepted in many fields, then these students can actually be more employable, meaning that they can improve their family condition by two things. The first one through employment, meaning that they can have a better financial situation, and the second one is through education, meaning that now they have a degree, now they can improve their family status. And also, when we're taking a look on the sustainability over their certifications, if the students do not prioritize their literacy foundations, then they cannot have any growth at all. And also, we're talking about the second one is measured. We win in this because when we're talking about conventional methods of learning, then usually as what the we said, like say Uji, please actually trust it because it's been here for a long time. And usually when we're talking about conventional study, then there are standardized tests, and also the time period actually ensure quality, ensure the literacy foundations. And when we're talking about look at the specifications, there are majors for a good reasons. Whereas in certifications, usually there are independent institutions that has not been there for a long time, meaning that its trustability is questioned, and also there are less standardizations, unfortunately. And the third one, as the most strongly, is that we win because we target vulnerable country, meaning that it's developing country. Why? Because as we're talking about over and over in our arguments, developing country has low literacy and also low employment. Why? Because well, the usually, the employers prefer degree holders because, well, a degree can act as a signal of standardized ability, right? And so we're talking about people that have low literacy and cannot work because they don't have degree at all. And also, when we're talking about these people and accessibility, we can see that the argument of these not being accessible is wrong. Why? Because when we're taking a look at public schools, then most of them are free. And when say people cannot afford university, they can just go into vocational schools, right? And when we're talking about university, there are financial aids, they are subsidized, and we believe that the governments are only taking a look in a bubble because perhaps they are in expensive international independent school, but they overlook the fact that there are other means of conventional study. Thank you.
Okay. I think opposition reply for that speech. Now to close the debate as a whole, I welcome proposition reply. Here.
Am I audible enough?
Yep, audible.
Okay, I'll be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panel, in a world where students in developing nations prioritize conventional academic degree, is a world where they solely focusing on getting a single degree without considering time, cost, and etc. So proud to propose. Moving on to strategic mistakes then. Firstly, on our side, Judge, we have told you that we prioritize students on getting a job-ready skills more than a conventional academic degree. We never said that we won't have students getting an academic degree at all. Secondly, side opposition fails to understand what these job-ready skills actually looks like on developing nations. We never said that we will only focus on one single job in the entire society. Lastly then, on the strategic mistake, their point also pushed for our path to victory when they said that we're banning academic degree. We never said that these specific professions, for example, doctors, doesn't require a degree. Our focus here, Judge, is to prioritize not completely removing these degrees. Moving on to my clashes then. Firstly, on principle of education. We posit that firstly, education for these students prioritizing job-ready skills and certifications would look like students getting all the resource for that specific workforce. And secondly, that a degree won't guarantee you a job. Thirdly, being more faster, effective, and considering the cost. And lastly, the purpose of education, which is essentially to help them get a job. And they told you that degrees are basically just a requirement in the status quo, and that degrees are needed for specific professions, for example, a doctor. What is our response to this then? We do realize that these professions do need degrees. We never said that we're completely banning them. And they also told you that you only graduate once, therefore money doesn't really matter. But this is not enough because their characterization of the status quo doesn't actually reflect the reality of the status quo, where families of these students are literally struggling to pay for high school fees and moreover for college. And why is our case more important then? We give you a world where these students have a higher quality of education. Three things that you'll be getting here. They will be able to learn skills from courses while also mining the cost and also the effectiveness. And lastly, why did we win this clash then? Firstly, on their lack of characterization of the status quo, where students really have to consider the cost and effort that they put in before getting a degree that might not even guarantee them a better future or a better quality of education overall. On our side, Judge, we give you a full reality of what it actually looks like and how we would be able to guarantee them a better quality of education. They have also told you about mentioning a scholarship. And however, they only make this fit into their best case scenario where it only fits the poorest people of them all, like living in absolute poverty. And they fail to consider what majority of the society actually looks like. Moving on to my second clash then, and on employability and how it leads to accelerating the development of developing nations. We posit that firstly, it acts as a safety net, and secondly, higher likelihood of guaranteeing them a job rather than having a degree by teaching them hands-on skills. And lastly, employers look for specialized skills, and this could be proved through work experience. They told you that they never actually engage with this likelihood and continue to stick on the idea that a degree is 100% mandatory. Well, yes, it's 100% mandatory for a degree for a specialized profession, for example, a doctor, only benefiting their case and completely neglecting our case and completely like banning it. And this is not enough because firstly, we've shown you that we offer benefits that cater to employers. For example, like these profit incentives, and this is more important than standards in the status quo, where our impact extends to the future. And this meets on the metric on sustainability. Therefore, we take this clash. And secondly, but also on the flexibility, they've grossly exaggerated university educations because there are some majors and someone who studied politics won't get into it. And lastly, then, on the case of timeliness, we allow people to become at least employable or an option for the high skilled job market in less time. And this also leads back to the safety net point. Due to all these reasons, and I'm so proud to propose. Thank you.
Okay, I think proposition declares for that speech. Now, um,
Recording in progress.
Assalamualaikum.
Hi everyone, the draw release for this second round of the Jawa Barat 2026 will be announced shortly. Just so please stand by in the main room waiting for the draw release. Thank you. Hi everyone, motion for the second round will be released soon and shortly in 10 and 55. Eligible of reminder number one, please be mindful on your uh, please be mindful on your camera positions. Following the technical meeting that we did previously, please follow the rules and also procedures during guest building. Also the position of your camera, turn on your camera during guest building and until the debate is finished. Also don't turn on your virtual background. And also uh, other things that will be uh, procedure that you need to follow based on the technical meeting. Yeah, we are still waiting for other teams in the breakout room to get back to the main room. Yeah, we are still waiting, and we will announce the motion. So, thank you, everyone. Okay, a little bit a reminder for debaters, in the next round, don't make a specific generalizations during your speeches. Be mindful on your speaking, and also specifically, secondly, is notes for the observers untuk ibu bapak pendamping untuk mungkin tidak melakukan distraksi seperti on cam ataupun juga mungkin unmute ya di breakout room-nya. Jadi mungkin akan menghambat dan mengganggu perjalanan perdebatan. Jadi harus diperhatikan untuk hal tersebut. Setelah itu juga mungkin kepada Bapak Ibu pendamping juga kita sudah melakukan technical meeting dan briefing kepada seluruh dewan juri, maka sebetulnya tidak perlu lagi untuk mengikuti menjadi pengawas seperti itu ya. Jadi mungkin dihindarkan untuk kalimat-kalimat menyuruh kita untuk mengecek beberapa kabupaten atau kota, beberapa tim dari kabupaten kota lain. Jadi tenang saja, seluruh juri sudah melakukan tugasnya dan sudah mengetahui tugasnya. Jadi that's already our job to do. Jadi mungkin untuk dihindari untuk di grup dan juga untuk mendistraksi perdebatan. Itu ya Bapak Ibu pendamping.
Aduh, mau lihat record charge-nya. Wow.
Hi guys. Hi everybody. Thank you for the announcement juga tadi, Stanley. We're going to begin with motion launch shortly, but once again reminding everybody to please keep the decorum. Please, please, please keep your behavior as well. And ini tidak tidak terlimitasi, is not limited only for the participant, but for everybody that is in the Zoom meeting. Know that we have already did our best. We did investigate, already briefed several times, multiple times, even throughout the technical meetings, over how you should react, how you should act, and how you should use your camera, so that this competition should not be in a form of witch hunt. We should not dalam artian mencari seorang scapegoat dan kesalahan, siapa yang salah, siapa yang benar dan lain sebagainya. This is a debate competition after all. We should find, we should really enjoy the debate, enjoy the game, but still keeping our ethic well. Without any further ado, we'll begin the motion launch shortly. While waiting for that, please enjoy the song. All right. So what? Yeah. So welcome to the second round of the A Provinsi Jabar Bahasa Inggris. Yay. I believe I'm audible, yeah. Right. Sorry for the. So let's just begin with the round two. You've heard the songs before, Ariana Grande Bye, and also Nell's Man Eater. So I think it's quite clear that we're going to discuss about feminism. Yeah. There's going to be a context slide for this. Context slide, info slide. Girl boss is a term used to describe a woman who is ambitious, confident, successful, and takes charge of her career or life, often in a way traditionally associated with leadership and entrepreneurship. Giving you guys sometimes 15 to 20 seconds to write. And we are open for questions if you guys have any questions. If you guys have any question, please unmute yourself. Yeah. All right. No question. The motion is, as feminists, this house opposes girl boss narrative. Any question?
Yes. Could you give us a
By the
simple
way,
example of the girl boss narrative? Is what kind of narrative?
I think I have explained before. I think it is included in the context slide before that girl boss narrative is women, they're very much focused on their career and very much career driven, independent driven, etc. Alright. Thank you. Any other question?
I want to ask a question.
Yes.
THO is the house. This house what?
Opposes. Opposes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. No worries.
One
Any
more
other
question,
question?
sorry. Is it as a
Yes, go
feminist
ahead.
or the feminist movement?
As feminist. Any other question?
Yes, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Could
Please,
you
right away.
explain the narrative?
I think narrative is very much intuitive. Narrative is the way of thinking, the way of living, the norms that is existing in the status quo. I hope that explain. If what you mean is that the girl boss narrative, it exists in the info slide before, I believe I have given you the time to write about that. If you missed that, there's you could see it through the tab or the tab later. Sorry, the tab tab.
All right, thank
Any
you.
other question? All right. Any other question? Going once, going twice, going thrice. No question. The time now is 11 plus 5. We begin the debate at 11 past 35. Good luck for the round. And please go to the breakout room right away. Thank you.
Miss, we haven't got into the breakout room, so can you let us in and something like that?
Okay, okay.
Recording in progress.
Alright, hi everyone. I believe that case building time is up. Before we start the round, for team top, can you please send me your speaking order? To chat, please. Before we start. All right. While waiting, I'm just going to start the introduction. Welcome everyone to round two of analysis of LDI Bahasa Inggris Jawa Barat 2026. Yeah, before we start, my name is Jose. I'll be your chair in this round. On golf, we have Team Sukabumi, and ops we have Bogor. Um, Before we start, several housekeeping rules. First is that you will have speaking time of 8 minutes and 20 seconds. For reply, you will have 4 minutes and 20 seconds. So I'll be sharing the timer here, but just to be safe, please also have your own timer. Please don't go over the time because after the mentioned time, I will not be taking any more notes. So please make sure. But secondly, this will be a live stream debate. So please make sure to stay equitable. Yeah, when you do your speech, don't generalize, especially this is a feminism motion. So please make sure that you stay within the equity rules that was already briefed this morning. Thirdly, is that do give and take QIs during the allowed time. It is crucial to increase engagement and enhance the dynamics of the debate. So you'll have the first and seventh between the first and seventh minutes for this. Lastly is on the observers. So since we have some observers here, please make sure for the observers to stay conducive. So please during any speeches, don't unmute yourself, and yeah, stay respectful to the opponents. Lastly, yeah, enjoy the debate. And this is going to be a silent round. So after the round, you can just immediately take a break and then please come back by 13:15 WIB. Yeah, I think that's it for all the reminders. Before we start, can we please have the teams to show the surroundings before we start? From coming from prop, please. Can you please like do a 360 of the room? Okay. So just to ensure that the room is sterile and you are okay. Yep, that's good. Thank you. Prop for up, please. All right, good. Clear. Thanks everyone. So just lastly confirming for golf, who will be the reply speaker here?
Test.
Yes.
Test. Am I audible?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, who will be the reply speaker?
Naura, our second speaker.
Naura. Okay, wait, let me just. Okay. Yeah, that's it. We'll be debating under the motion. Yeah.
Sorry, Judge. First, what about the timer? Do we need to set it ourselves or?
Yeah, you can have it on your own, but wait, let me try this. Somehow not working. Let me just restart the app. Hold a second. Let me restart it for the time. All right. It should be visible now, right? Okay.
Visible.
All right. Yeah. So, yeah, this will be debating under the motion. As feminist movement, this house opposed the as feminists, this house opposed the girl boss narrative. Without any further ado, to start the debate, please welcome P1 here.
Okay, starting my speech in. Wait, hold on. How do I set the timer again on my side?
I think you can. I'll just time from my side, but if you have your own timer, you can just.
Oh no, I think you can just set it to the one before where it's like on your screen.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll start once you are start.
Okay. 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 Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay, panels, to start off this debate, I think it is important for us to imagine ourselves within the perspective of the feminism movement. Imagine that you have worked so hard to bring reforms to women's rights. You have worked years to gain women's right to education, to gain women's equal standing in like job applications, etc., etc. Suddenly, one term comes and narrows it down to something much more of a laughing stock, something that this strengthens the feminism movement. This is exactly the problem that is happening today with the way that the term girl boss is perceived in modern day era. Now, to start off this debate, I will read off again the speech. The motion today is, as feminists, this house opposes girl boss narrative, and as the government team, we strongly support today's motion. But first, let us think back of the background behind this motion. We already see that the terms of girl boss is increasing nowadays. And while we understand that the intention is good, it is to bring like more perspective on girls, it is to boost their confidence, it is to show that they are that they have like some good qualities about themselves. However, the meaning today has shifted from trying to encourage more women to simply making it seem like women are superior and actively making fun of other genders. And the problem here is that many people nowadays are using it more and more. And this significantly weakens the standing of feminist movement. I believe the main problem that this motion is trying to fix is that we are trying to stop the widening of unequal gender gap due to the social perspective of the term girl boss. Because the main central clash here is asking, does using the term actually benefit or harm the feminist movement and other actors like genders, etc.? And to this, we say that the term has actively harmed actors more. And under our, okay, now, let us move on first to the definition of today's motion. I believe there are two main things that we must characterize here. First is feminist. What exactly is feminist? I believe in this context, a feminist is a person who believes in the feminism movement. And the feminism movement is a movement that believes that both gender receive equal status. Note that this does not mean like women's superiority, women are better than men. No, this means that we want equality for both genders. But please note again that equal does not exactly mean that everything is the same. It means that everyone receives the essential and adequate needed values on both sides. Like for example, the right to education, the right to hospitals, the right to be in public, etc., etc. Now, girl boss narrative is simply the narrative that is already in the info slide, which is like, but now the narrative in itself is the use of girl boss that is currently increasing in society, and that is what we opposes. Now, let us move on to a few points of setup. 4 points of premise here. And on the status quo, first is that girl boss have become related to women's superiority, whether it is intentional or not. For example, we understand that the initial meaning of girl boss is something good. However, nowadays, influencers that like actively makes fun of men have been using the term in support of their direction. What does this mean? This means that the perspective of the term girl boss is changing. This means that it is already linked to women's superiority, because note that the influencers that started using these terms is like there's already a bunch of them, and it's not just like one person. And the fact is, girl boss have also been used to like actively make fun of other men, which I will explain later on in my argument. Now, second point of premise is that changing the perspective of a term takes a very long time. Once it is already deeply rooted and like settled into people's mindset of what exactly does it mean, it takes a very long time for you to change that. And then third, many women have used the term. Yes, this is obviously true, because many women, especially like modern ones now, we have already seen like everyone's using the term to like praise themselves and others, etc. And fourth, society often respond to the incentives that is given by slang terms. Like for example, in this case, obviously I am going to talk about the girl boss and like how society reflects to it and why does it matter. But now, onto the stakeholders in this debate, I believe there are mainly 3 points. I believe there are mainly 3 actors that is relevant here. First is the feminist movement, as they are the one that is like weakening in the strength position. And then second, women and men, because they are also the vulnerable actors that we need to protect as well. Because like we, as the feminists, let me clarify once again that we want every gender to be treated equally. And then also third, society, because their perspective is what shapes the outcome of a term and like people's incentives. Now, on the burden of proof, under our side, it is clear that we only must prove that the term clearly harms feminist movement as well as other actors like women and men, the gender in itself. Meanwhile, under their side, they have to prove that by many people using the girl boss narrative, even like in a modern day perspective on how people perceive it, it wouldn't harm the actors that much. And now let me before I get into my argument, I think I need to clarify that panels, we should not judge anything based on its intention. However, we should judge something based on the effect of it in modern day. Now, onto my argument. Here I am going to explain my argument in the perspective of feminism and its movement. Now, I believe that the current term of girl boss has provided more harm to feminist movement because it weakens the purpose and the purpose of feminism. Why? Let's see the mechanism here, panels. Because because we already know that feminism is like wanting equal rights to both genders. Unfortunately, the term girl boss is now better known to be in favor of women. Because why? Because like what I've already mentioned, influencers online, like especially the characterization of influencers here is like people who people who are actively making fun of men. Like they genuinely think that women is better. They like capitalize on it. Like that is what they are influencing under their side. And these influencers have been using the term of girl boss consistently. And what does this lead to? And when many people are like this leads to the society thinking that that the term girl boss is like related to women's superiority. And now why does this matter? And I'm sure there are many like other reasons on why to it, but that is one of the examples. Now, why does this matter? For example, because this leads to the generalization of the term leading to only women's superiority. And like let's take for example today, like why do I so strongly believe this? Because today many men cringes or actively make fun of the term itself. And let's not take too far of an example. Let's take like people in my class. No, the men in my classroom have like actively make fun of like whenever people say girl boss. So like that is proving my point. And now second, women using it to make fun of men is also true because like some people genuinely think that like men aren't that good as compared to us. So like they keep on saying that we are girl boss and stuff like that. And so yeah, generalization. And now what does this mean? This means that this attacks the very stance of where feminism stands. That simply is not what it means. And this leads to many outcomes. 3 outcomes on here. First, that many don't take feminism seriously. Second is that people think feminists are bad. And three, because it reverses the goal of feminism. And when it reverses the goal to feminism, what does it lead to? It leads to two possible impacts here. First is that this harms women because future incentives to give them more freedom is actually weakened. Why? Because many people simply don't take the feminism movement that serious anymore. Why should they give it like more attention? And then second, this also harms men because now many women use men as less inferior simply because the term like points at that to that direction because of all the examples that I've already mentioned before. So we just end up, and like this matters because what do we achieve here? We only end up increasing the gender equality gap that already exists in society, and that's why we must oppose today's motion. But now let's compare. Under their world, they are normalizing it. They are actively pushing the risk of gender gap harms gender gap and also harms feminism movement, which leaves long-term damages that is like not easy to be replaced. Because like under us we act we provide other alternatives. Like there are more just calling by just calling people smart, brilliant, there's more gender neutral that better protects us. That's why we are proud to propose.
All right, thank you, P1 for that speech. Before we continue, for the observers, please make sure that you rename yourself. If you are pendamping, please make sure to rename based on the format to show your identity. For Bartoloma and William. We'll wait for 2 minutes. Please rename yourself. Otherwise, the policy was you are unfortunately cannot observe this room.
Sorry, what was the question again?
Oh no, this is for the observers.
Oh, okay.
Okay, for Bartoloma, can you please rename yourself? Otherwise, we have the policy that we're going to remove. Can you please rename on the institution that you're affiliated with?
Pak Barto is our teacher. He's just left his laptop, I think, so it would be fine if you just remove him, I think.
All right, I'll just remove Andrew. Okay, right, we can continue for opposition to open the case from up. Please welcome O1 here.
Hi, am I audible? Sabar. Okay, there we go. Here, there we go.
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Joy, unmute. I'll try to take one. Ya. Lu mau di sebelah mana timernya? Udah sini. Oke. Ya. Starting in 3, 2, 1. For far too long, man has robbed too much from woman since the inception of time. We say it is cruel then for government side to rob the girl boss narrative again from these women. Insofar this narrative give woman joy, gives woman affirmation, and for that reason alone, so proud to oppose. A few points of clarification before going into my case. Firstly, about their push on like, you discourage other advocacies within the feminist movement. Note that feminist movement is intersectional, which means that the existence of girl boss narrative doesn't mean that other advocacy is gone. They can, exist, and it is not mutual exclusive. It can exist both way, right? But secondly, I think it is also this debate also takes place mainly through the lens of individual feminists, which means this tackles most of their case contribution amongst these impact the feminist movement as well. But even if it is so, Anno will also cater to why exactly you get better movement on the outside of the house. Thirdly, note that their house dancing. They cannot just say that they limit their burden to opposing the rise of the usage of a girl boss narrative within the modern society. We think they need to oppose the narrative of girl boss in its entirety, right? But thirdly, their frame are like, this makes women feel, make it seem like women are superior and therefore men will hate women. Note that if the men are misogynistic, they will hate on women in either side of the house. It doesn't matter. They just hate women. They just are too entrenched within patriarchal values. But even if it is, the narrative implies that woman is superior, this is actually good. We'll bite the bullet because in conservative countries, the patriarchic narratives are already too entrenched. That's why you need this radical narrative to break the shackles of these women, of this patriarchic narrative that is so prevalent within the conservative society. What then is the manifestation of girl boss narrative? Because they never clearly characterize this. Note that it is always to benefit the feminists. Insofar, this is the only narrative that supports women in workplace. They need to defend then how exactly is it beneficial to leave these women in workplace behind, right? But secondly, note that in status quo, it is already progressively implemented structurally, which means it is not only in workplace but also in education. For example, even in conservative countries, there's this narrative that a girl can also be council student president, for example, can be the leader of BEM, etc., etc. But thirdly, note of this picturization of girl boss in media, and there's a heavy picturization of girl boss in media, right? For example, Jessica Person in Suits, for example, or even in real life, for example, the Lisa Su in AMD, for example. Then what then is the interest of you as an individual feminist? One, you simply want to uplift women's role within society, whether you're in liberal society or conservative society. I think the interest is still the same. But secondly, you want to affirm your ability to break patriarchy shackles, which I'll explain why you can only get this on our side later down the line. First argument then on how we better choice and autonomy. Note that any social movement, social warriors grounds their belief in choice. For example, there may be many interpretations of feminist movement, but all of the interpretation grounds themselves in choice feminism, which means choice is the most crucial thing within this debate. They never prove to you why exactly they get better choice under their side of the house. But secondly, note in certain conservative society, there's a prevalent patriarchic narratives. For example, women cannot lead, for example, women cannot be in workplace, etc., etc. What then is the problem? In so far this narrative doesn't exist under their sort of house, what you're exposed to in medias or everyday life, in your every day-to-day basis interaction, in male-dominated aspect, you notice this patriarchic narratives that is entrenched within your interaction, especially in conservative country. It means when you're exposed to this again and again, you to a certain degree also believe them insofar this the only kind of perspective you're exposed to, right? Then this is bad because one, this means that there's no counterbalancing narrative that combats this patriarchic narrative, especially in conservative country, right? Therefore, this affects your self-esteem, how you view yourself, for example, as a woman, but also you to a certain extent believe what these narratives are saying, which means it affects how you perceive your ability to in work, for example, it affects how you view yourself as a woman. What then is the bad impact of this? One, you simply don't navigate opportunities. So far you feel small. Insofar you already exposed to these patriarchic narratives that women cannot lead, for example. Therefore, you don't navigate opportunities, especially in professional. But secondly, even if you do navigate these opportunities, you doesn't have the essential courage for you to actually believe that you can beat this man, which is your competitor, for example. It's because you feel small, and this creates a self-fulfilling prophecy effect. Insofar you already feel that you're small, it is likely then for you to fail the interview, for example. So far you already believe that you cannot beat these men, right? How do we better that under our side of the house? Firstly, the narrative of girl boss is simply needed to counterbalance the patriarchic narrative, to expose these women to other different alternatives of perspective, insofar they can evaluate themselves of this perspective and cater to the one perspective that is most aligned with them. But secondly, I think it simply creates an inspiration or role model, whether it's through in real life characters or like figures or media characters that I mentioned before, for example, like Jessica Pearson in Suits. But why then is this beneficial? One, these role models are also incentivized to spark discourses within the feminism and their role within society, right? But secondly, and these are the prerequisites for you to to view yourself as small. When you have a guidance, for example, a character that you use as an anchoring for you to view yourself, for example, this betters your self-esteem, right? But thirdly, more women gain the confidence they need to get into high positions, right? Simply because you see this woman in media picturization, for example, like Jessica Pearson being able to climb through the ranks, for example. But secondly, you're more exposed to girl boss character, whether it is through media or through in real life figures, for example, right? The impact of this is simple. You're exposed to different point of view, and this is the prerequisite of choice, right? But why then is choice the most important thing? Firstly, it is a priority to any other benefit, insofar it always requires choice, but secondly, it is what has been stripped from them for the longest time as women, right? Especially within conservative country. Quickly then, a second argument on how we push women who are already in this high position to contribute to the feminist movement. What's going to happen on our side? Firstly, you as an individual are empowered by feminists, right? Because being called a girl boss is great, because you affirm yourself as someone who's actually capable and you deserve this kind of high position, for example, right? You want to assert your identity as the girl boss by helping other women then, and this creates a top-down approach to these kind of things, right? Which means the women who are already in top position are incentivized to make for example, their workplace more accepting of women's role within the workplace, for example. But secondly, as women in power, you likely associate yourself with the girl boss values, and so far it supports you, right? It glazes you, for example. Therefore, this leads them to be incentivized to even more independent and to cater more to the girl boss values, which is helping other women, for example, and breaking the shackles of patriarchy within workplace, right? But thirdly, for the patriarchy companies within a conservative country, and so at the very least, you give this woman in power support, right? A certain degree of motivation that even though, for example, in certain scenarios, they suck up to men, for example, in order to get their power, we tell them it's okay. We tell them it's okay, and that you can change their workplace and how they view women later down the line. Insofar you have the power, right? But secondly, I think simply in liberal companies, for example, you're pushed to help other women. Therefore, we play on both scenarios. We'll feel better under both sides, right? What then is the impact? You impact the man's narrative. You impact the man's view on women as well. Insofar these men are also exposed to this girl boss character, and this affects their way of viewing these women. And this actually will be good, for example, and because these women are incentivized to be picturized in a good way, and so far these kind of picturization are often done by feminist movement, for example. Therefore, the picturization of this is likely to be acceptable even for men, which is what the prerequisite for these men to make structural change to be more accepting towards women, especially in workplace, proud to oppose.
All right, thank you for that speech. To continue the case from Gulf, please welcome P2 here.
Okay, am I audible?
Yep, audible.
Wait, hold up. Okay, good. Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, Honorable Adjudicator, Asim Obanan, and my fellow audience. My name is Lauren Diasifa, and I stand here proudly as a second speaker of the government team. Today, we firmly believe that as feminists, this House opposed the girl boss narrative. Our team will prove why our stand is not only practical but also necessary and beneficial for society. As the second speaker, my role today is the first one is to defend and reinforce our team case, and the second one to rebut the argument brought by the opposition. And also, we are gonna extend our analysis. But before moving to my substantive argument, let me first clarify why the opposition analysis is failed to outweigh our cases. And also, their claim about the social movement is gonna be believed in choice. But ladies, and they say that conservative country have patriarchy incentives, and that's why you need girl boss to uplift a woman. But ladies and gentlemen, panels, there are other alternatives to say, beside the girl boss. You can say that smart, brilliant, you're pretty, and it's enough to lift their spirit to uplift a woman. And also, we need the actual action if you want to fight patriarchy to what? And probably we need the feminism itself. And also, we're gonna clarifying what feminism is. A feminism is a person who believes that both gender receive equal status, equal rights, equal treatment, and have the same access in every sector. And the terms it's gonna harm the feminist movement itself. And also, ladies and gentlemen, let me first jump into my first argument. My first argument is that makes other stigma from other gender if we still make the girl boss narrative existent. When a girl called a girl boss by publicly as well known to describe as the ambitious girl, confident, successful, and take charges of other about her career or life, and it's often connected like how she leads in one of a community, for example, and it makes that only woman to have superiority to define their narrativity in her getting. And also, ladies and gentlemen, we have to set up this status quo that still girl boss have become related to the woman superiority in intentional or not. And also, the second one is changing the perspective of terms take a very a long time, and also that many women have to use in the term that society often responds to sucking in the terms. And we have the perspective in the social perspective from the public vision that it also can connecting to her job, because she will known as a girl boss, like for example. So it makes the gender inequality as the other gender, such as describe a man. The man gender will feel like dislike and maybe other stigma of women to be known as girl boss, such as this. They're gonna have the more disrespectful from the other men because of the stigma itself, and it can lead to the respectful in the long term outcomes. And if the respectful things, it's really existence in the longer period of time, it can lead the impact in the larger scale, so that woman can no thank you so that woman competition at the so that woman in Maine, it have the competition in every sector in the same time, and everything. So imagine that men just trying to protect their identity, and so do women do to call up girl boss to same to just protect her identity as a girl boss itself. And also, it's gonna affect it for every sector, because women are gonna lose their gender equality. So it's like that. Imagine that woman has their own life, and same as some men do, because they're competing in each other in every sector, in every part of world, because of the impact that's affected is about the girl boss narrative itself. So, ladies and gentlemen, the girl boss narrative is not just thing to be called like superior things. It's the narrative that no other can have except the one. So the thing is not only the perspective of narrative is gonna be a larger period of time scale. And also, my second argument, it's also connecting with my first argument. My second argument is about lack of woman value. So the narrative of girl boss women, only women that have a narrative to be called good, such as how they lead their career and how they're superior in the restructure. And like I said before, that it can make a larger scale impact in a period of time because it's increasing the lack of women value at first, and it's again the function of femininity itself, that person that both have the gender receive equality status, have the equality of right and equal treatment. And because of the narrative woman again, well, against the feminine definition at first, because the existence of the girl boss narrative itself and other genders still gonna competing and try to stand and still be the gender inequality. So the girl boss narrative makes the existence of gender inequality so that others can have the same equal access to every sector that that possible. And it's contradicting with sustainable development goal number 4. It's about the gender equality that makes all gender have the same access and have the right. So, and also, ladies and gentlemen, opposition has the burden to explain how the term would still be in women's favor when the status quo still stand. Men make fun of them, and the term is often in a laughing stock. Many women don't even want to identify the, and also it just being the equality, and it shows the gender make a woman look bad. And also, ladies and gentlemen, the existence of the girl boss itself is contradicting with the SDGs number 5, like I already said before. So what we want to do, what we want to protect is we want the equality for other genders, so the other can have the same access without wondering their own value. We want to make every gender have the same chances and have the same access in all the sectors, such as the political and legal right. So that's every gender can securing right to vote, equal safe representation in government, and also we want to closing the gender wage gap between the girl who called us girl boss and also the man itself. And also, ladies and gentlemen, we want to protect all the human rights they have to access it, the right to safe or the maternal health care, and make them feel all the right things. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's compare with the opposition team. Without the term less incentive for gender equality, can just use other terms, which is like I said before, to just only woman. We can just say other word like smart, brilliant, and because smart and brilliant is a smart neutral to make the uplift of women. And also under they will actively push the risk of gender gap, our feminism movement, which leads in the long-term damages. But under our side, we have the better alternative, like under gender neutral terms, less because it can lead to less incentive for gender gap widely, and also it's less likely to escalate the conflict due social perspective for all gender. Ladies and gentlemen, the scale of our impact is simply greater. Our argument is to affect more people, affect more society, and we're gonna protect all gender in a longer period of time. So we will talk about Islamic benefit. We address with society really big problem that stakeholder affected. The impact is limited, but ours is transformative. The difference in their argument is change outcome the margins, while our change the entire system. We're proud to propose. Thank you.
Alright, thank you for that speech. To continue the patient talk, please welcome both to the speaker.
Sabar. All right. Am I audible?
Yes, audible.
All right. I will begin on the first word. I believe their argument on matriarchy is completely removed when you consider that people are growing much less stupid right now in Sasko. Sure, matriarchy might be possible if feminism was in the 70s or in the primordial age, but right now you have more access to knowledge. You know the nuances between people, between gender. You have a more developed empathy towards status quo whatsoever. Therefore, you're more or less likely to hate on men in general. But you also have male allies. You have an understanding of social context and intersectionality hierarchy. For example, males with like of feminine upbringing and females with a masculine upbringing. This means necessarily all those arguments about males being hated on is just gone. But even if, I'm going to say this is good, even if in the future there's like 50 years of matriarchy, this is important because males and patriarchy have been done for like 50 or 100 years in the past and has oppressed so many women. We believe this is just justified because of reciprocity. At the point that you want equal gender, I believe equality can only be gained when you give back what was taken. I believe this only exists under our side. But I'm going to flip their point that, okay, feminazis and like females who generally hate on women are still going to exist anyways. I agree they might be bad, but they don't exist precisely because of the girl boss narrative. They only exist because of the general past like history within within males, for example, because they feel injustice for all the oppression that men has, for all the privileges they has in the first place. It just has a logical missing link on it. It only works when women has enough like power usually to be able to completely oppress men. That is not the condition right now in status quo. It does not matter what happens next because it won't get that far anyway. It won't get to the point of that because society is progressing and because the line between gender is blurring anyways. And patriarchy has been around for like years and took years to do that. Therefore, we need to have extreme measures in order to actually take down that patriarchy in the first place. But note here, ideals and the perfect ideal only come from a place of privilege. You can only perfectly manifest it when you have sway and power. We'd rather opt in for partial ideals and better life. But before that after analysis, I believe we aren't the feminist movement. We don't care fully about our narrative. We are just simply a feminist. We don't only want the ideals to be manifested, we also want the other females, our friends within the community of feminism, to be catered for. We want them to have a sense of community. We want them help, even though it's like a short-term thing, even though it doesn't fully cater to our ideals. We want to all of the women in the first place to be uplifted in the first place. I'm going to then talk about movement and diversity in the first. The problem with like what happens right now in feminist movement is the feminist movement is like has been stereotyped by men. It's so far as it's seen as soft. Therefore, they have not enough backlash against company. For example, how they're exploited through pink hacks, for example. But secondly, there's not enough female leaders in status quo. Even if the feminist movement is loud, even if it has critical mass, there's just not enough structural change for it to actually exist in the first place. The solution here is we change the narrative, especially as the feminist movement. They're more seen as strong. We care about this because this means our movement in the first place gets like benefits from this, and this is a priori and important because then insofar as the social movement of feminism actually take place, actually has power and sway within society, I believe it just betters our life in the first place, and we then care about what happens afterwards. But now, what are the impacts here? I believe it is a much better movement advocacy because then you're able to pressure larger companies. You're able to actually make structural change because they actually take you seriously. This is the engagement on their side when they say that feminism is going to look like a laughing stock. No, they won't, because it's going to be framed as something strong. It is precisely that they are a girl boss that people are then afraid to take them as a laughing stock in the first place. But secondly, necessarily, this also means we get more buy-in from feminists and like sympathizers to join within the feminist movement because they feel like they can actually do more. Compare this with the apathy they get when they feel like the females within the feminism movement are too soft, for example. This necessarily means under our side, we get more of a strong narrative. But thirdly, just more women in power in the first place. Therefore, they can support more women in power and can actually create structural changes through their position. The wing here is important. This is a priori because it betters your autonomy in life. Otherwise, your ideals don't matter because you can actually manifest them because you do not have autonomy in the first place. But secondly, you can only be empathetic when you are in a position of power. And thirdly, it just betters your life in general. Otherwise, you're starving, you probably cannot advocate, and you probably cannot get your ideals in the first place anyways. I'm going to then talk on diversity. I think diversity and representation is important because the problem here is a lot of feminists still get a lot of stereotypes and bad experiences that exist because there's not a lot of diversity. The solution here is media portrayal is not monotonous on our side. There's already a lot of like portrayal of women as like weak and stuff. We diversify that and we humanize that from all of these like diversifications. This also means like the point on feminazis earlier is irrelevant. We would like to accept that anyways because this means more diversity, right? This means the impacts are four. One, you get a lot more individual help for the woman in the first place. And so as you humanize them, people relate more and understand more when intersectionality occurs between the women and their ails For example, but secondly, individually, you get more representation. So far as people who are women who feel more that they are not alone within the world, they get more representation through the different various diverse experiences they have. But thirdly, you get much more exposure with like, the men and the swing voters in the first place. Insofar as you create more insofar as you create more women in like male films who are like said as like girl bosses, for example, you remove the direct hate towards women through reducing polarization in the first place, but you also get more buy-in towards the feminist movement. Fourthly, okay, I forgot about that one. I'm going to then talk about the wage gap and work. This is important. The problem with wage gap has three reasons. One, motherhood. Secondly, because women opt in into like lower paying jobs. Note this is like statistical. I'm not doing statistical. One, because like because jobs that are like more male dominated, women are just more afraid to go opt into that because of the patriarchy existing there. But statistically, like for example, if you check your social media, you're going to have like more women within that. But thirdly, they're seen as like less competent and stereotyped. The solution here is important because one, girl bosses remove the narrative behind the motherhood. By the implication is this gives you a choice within your life. It removes the expectation to be a mother insofar as this is like a irreversible harm when companies expect you to be a mother in the future. This makes you seem strong enough to actually handle, even if you're a mother, for example. This makes society not think it is the only thing you can do as a woman, insofar as there's other options, insofar as you can be a girl boss and just live without like children, for example. But secondly, this improves women's confidence within the workplace because they feel then less out of place. Even right now, they feel out of place insofar as they're surrounded by males. They feel off. Therefore, they're averse to asking for wage increases. They have a lower performance. They're afraid of like male-dominated spheres in the first place. We solve this by through the compliments and like girl bosses, etc. This means you get more community. You get more women in the workplace in the first place. This means you're less afraid of being off. You have a more community within work, for example. But also the narrative of girl boss itself makes the feeling of out of place something special. That is, you are brave even if you are alone within the workplace. Even if you are in a male-dominated work sphere, you are proud of that. The narrative that woman is strong is already huge anyways. Insofar as this means stereotypically women's jobs are seen as less incompetent. You get more reverence. It means the wage gap that comes from women choosing certain jobs is going to decrease when those specifically male, like female stereotype jobs are going to get an increase in like pay, increase in reverence in how they're valued in the first place. The way here, this is a priori because better the ability for a feminist movement to move, and it's on vulnerability. It is the women here who are forced to work within these workplaces in the first place, who don't have a choice on both sides of the house. At least we make their life better. At least we make them ability to climb the career ladder even more. At least we give them the ability and autonomy to actually move on in their job. But on pressure, the last point here, I believe this is the fiercest pressure. So far, they're going to say like this prevents people from being free, right? This is untrue. Because then the counter support, when you have this narrative, you're called like complimented a girl boss, for example, and this improves your self-esteem insofar as it is a positive feedback loop. The comparative here is these women who are forced to go into jobs in the first place, who are like vulnerable. They are going to do so on both sides. Therefore, this is important. We compliment them and support them for all those reasons.
All right, thank you for that speech. So I see another observer here. Can you please rename yourself to the format? So please mention your name or at least the institution that you're affiliated with. Yeah, you have like 1 to 2 minutes to rename. Otherwise, yeah, the policy is to All right, thank you. Yeah, we'll just continue the Gov speech. To continue the case from Gov, please welcome B3 here.
Okay. Can you guys hear me clearly?
Yes,
Hello?
very clear.
Okay, thank you. So, this is my paper when I used to speech, and I will start my speech. Wait, first of all, I need a. Okay. Okay. I will start my speech at 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, honorable educators, respected timekeeper and chairperson. Also, don't forget about our fellow opponent who stand as the opposition side. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce myself first. My name is Fadika Sanugraha, and as third speaker of the government side,
I will first rebut the major argument that brought by the opposition side. Secondly, I will strengthen our first and second speaker argument. And thirdly, for the end, I will compare both sides of the argument and explain why our side clearly wins today's debate. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we can start our explanation, we must first remember about the motion that we discussed in today's debate. First of all, that as a feminist, this house opposed girl boss narrative, which means this house must have some urgency to discuss this specific type of situation. So, and because of that reason, as the affirmative side, we realized about that and we'll explain why this reason here was so important to be agreed with. Let me give some insight, ladies and gentlemen. How if there is a term to use to make one gender sounds better over another? And the real problem is it is used to be a joke around people. So, ladies and gentlemen, as a feminist, we're not saying that supporting women to be equal with men doesn't really need it. No, but is a girl boss narrative, which really is a way to make that happen, or it's just it just confront with the purposes of a feminism itself. That is our clashes on today's debate right now. So as the affirmative side, we ask that ladies and gentlemen here stand with today's motion with us. So first of all, I will move into my first job on the third speaker. So I will rebut the major argument that brought by the opposition side. They before they say that girl boss as a strong that a narrative, girl boss narrative can be as a strong incentive to counter patriarchy belief was needed because patriarchy clearly give an harmful impact on women before. But ladies and gentlemen, we didn't need to extinguish a fire with a bigger fire. There is a misconception of how we can solve a problem. First of all, what our side clearly give a solution. That's what our second speaker already mentioned, that we can still support a feminism without even make a girl boss narrative to be an incentive to counter patriarchy, because you know that right now patriarchy itself was decreasing, right? Belief of a patriarchy itself is decreasing right now in today's lifetime, because we know that feminism belief is increasing. So why didn't we need to make girl boss term or narrative is an urgency to make that happen, ladies and gentlemen. And our side also notice some problem of their argument. How can we connect this problem here to the motherhood exactly? Because it makes no sense and irrelevant, because they haven't even explained about how the terms actually can shift years of a stigma toward a pregnancy choices. So that is what our side didn't have a clear explanation. Also, I will move on into my next job is to strengthen our first and second speaker argument. So for short reminder, ladies and gentlemen, as what our first and second speaker already explained a lot of a feminism on feminist, our purposes is to make every gender that exists equal for each other. And also because of the history reason, usually woman was the one that didn't have an equal treatment on society. For a specific example, women even cannot be able to go to school and education education or working simply because the stigmatization of people make women weak in their eyes. So what our second speaker already explained, but in this lifetime, ladies and gentlemen, woman was being able to have an equal treatment in society. But the problem right now is there is a term that used to make a joke for women that have a good characteristic like ambitious or confident, etc., make perspective and for inequality change into making another gender inferior. Why this happened, ladies and gentlemen? Exactly. A term that usually was made for jokes make an impact more harmful because society usually treat the jokes not too important to be controversial because it simply was a slang or jokes. In our side, we believe that girl boss term usually used to make women more superior than other genders, as what our first speaker already explained before. But the use of the term more that follow with unawareness of the concept or the context make misleading of the term context, and it normalized in society and make the use of that term confront with feminist purposes to make equality for each gender. So isn't it ironic? And then don't forget about the society condition. It can make our society have a lack of women value, like what our second speaker already explained. They mentioned that people use more of the girl boss term. It can make our social perspective believe that men will say, "Oh, are they saying that women are better or are superior?" So, but the women just support each other, ladies and gentlemen, and it creates a miscommunication concept for each other genders, and it can lead into a confrontation or conflict for each genders. So the affirmative side clearly didn't think about this probability of how we can implement the girl boss terms. So for my next job is to compare for both sides. We clearly notice that the opponent argument is they can make the narrative give women joy, and other advocates still exist. But clearly, we didn't say that narrative. We cannot see the urgency of how we can make a narrative make women joy, because our perspective in this house clearly to make as a feminism, we clearly need to make other gender equally, and it is not even relevant, ladies and gentlemen. So also, they still don't answer the burden of the social perspective and awareness and the term of how it can affect the society. For the clarification, we're not saying the girl boss, the only thing that can shape a confidence on women. No, the intention is good. The current effect is still different, ladies and gentlemen. Most perspective of it is still can change. So our side clearly give a strong example of how girl boss term make more harmful impact on the society, also long term. And clearly, the affirmative side didn't think about the probability of that problem. So I need to make sure that ladies and gentlemen here oppose this motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that speech. To continue the case from up, please welcome O3. He's here.
Hi, checking that I'm audible.
Yes, audible.
Okay, POI is unmute. I'll take one in the middle, I hope. Starting on the next word. The people that oppose the girl boss narrative and see it as women trying to rule over men are precisely the people that we want to rid of under our side of the house. They are precisely the people that women within corporate structures have to deal on a day-to-day basis. And this is the narrative that gives them the strength to fight through that. This is the narrative that forms communities and infuses confidence into these people to fight for their rights, to fight for their liberty. For all of those reasons, proud to stand on opposition. I'd like to forward one point of frame firstly on other narratives and the exclusivity of this girl boss narrative, because they try to co-op our benefits by saying that, oh, you can be called pretty, you can be called smart, etc. One, understand that loads of these are still patriarchic, right? How, for example, you're smart for a woman, or you're incredibly pretty and hot, for instance, and these things are inherently like demeaning towards these women and inherently pushing down on their autonomy. Secondly, it's too general, right? Because these compliments only acknowledge the positive traits of these women, and that's it. It's just a praise. The uniqueness of the girl boss narrative is that it acknowledges the struggle that you go through as a woman to reach that perspective, how it infuses you with confidence, it infuses you with this sense of autonomy, this sense of power, right? And this is unique to this narrative because it is only inherent towards women. This means, as Cristiano, my second, already told you, you will get a variety of girl boss narratives. It is not just at work, right? He told you that, for instance, when you break up with your toxic boyfriend, that's being a girl boss. Or for instance, when you go to the gym and get killer abs, that's you being a girl boss, right? For example, you have like these narratives in TikTok, for instance, you can look like a cupcake, be a killer. There's also various narratives of girl boss, right? Therefore, we are much more adaptable and palatable to the needs that these women actually have. First, I'll deal on the clash about backlash and advancement for women's. Second, I'm going to weigh out everything and compare everything within the debate, right? The first thing on backlash, their biggest push is that, oh, men don't like you. One, you will get backlash under both sides of the house for anything that you try, right? If you try for free education for women, you get backlash. For like wage gap, you'll get backlash, right? What's the benefit then under our side? Under their side, you don't do anything because you subject yourself to those narratives. The counterbalancing act that Nathan gave you not only manifests for like bettering women and getting them more support, but it also serves to educate men, because this is the betterment that you get under our side. Many men simply don't know, for example, the struggles that women have to go through. Under our side, when you have this influence and mix of women having to be able to lead and men being influenced through these narratives from a young age, when you see them on TV, for instance, when you see Jessica Pearson on TV, therefore you get this narrative that women can lead, and when you dispose of these other narratives. Secondly, even if you buy that, one, we allow the women who are most oppressed to get some reprieve. The women who are struck within corporate structures and have no way out, the women who are stuck within oppressive environments have no way out. Insofar the women are the most vulnerable, as my second told you, we allow them to get some sense of fulfillment, knowing that they have a purpose and strength in being there. But secondly, these are also the women you should care about, because they're the ones who contribute most of the movement, because they're the ones putting out themselves out there in the way of harm, in the way of oppression, to better the image of women. So these are the most courageous women staying out on the battlefield regardless of all the challenges they face. Only under our side we provide them the reprieve that they want. Secondly, we are the only side that minimizes their harm, because under both sides you're getting oppressed, right? The deadlock breaker is then under our side, we allow for pathways for you to get out of this, right? For you to speak out, for you to get the confidence for yourself to speak on these things, right? And you only get this when people actually respect your opinion. When you are a girl boss, for instance, when you speak out under their side, people will say like, oh, you're just whiny, you're just not like you're just adhering to patriarchy, for instance, or just being an emotional woman. Under our side, you get the context and backing behind this, and therefore people don't tell you that you should deal with it, but they actually listen to you. Why is this comparatively better? One, we get much more dialogue and discourse about the various experiences of oppression, because there are obviously different experiences, right, in different environments. These are important insofar that, one, we better the societal understanding of like women who are more privileged are able to understand why these women are so mad and why what struggles they go through. But secondly, it's better to educate and evaluate and create systems for betterment for women, because when you have things like call-out culture, you get massive avenues for women to be able to speak out about their environments and to be able to manifest change. Why is this then important? Understand that the feminist movement is intersectional and ever-changing. Therefore, it's only under our side when we allow women to dictate, to lead, to discuss, to be confident and speak out through this narrative, that we get more women telling their opinions, we get more women being in charge and taking charge, for instance. This is already a benefit insofar as we are able to be more palatable to the various wants of the feminist movement and become more intersectional. This is exactly what the movement stand for, and we get that under our side, but also we get the check and balances against people in the movement who want to dictate it only to one specific area when you get everybody speaking out. But secondly, we still flip, because it's precisely for these like men who do speak out against you that we get people, like we catch people in the act. When you have men speaking out against this, that's when you find out who are patriarching and who are suppressing you behind closed doors, right? And therefore you get this backlash and you get this betterment for women. Understand that for vulnerable women, this is their only way to break out. And even if they gain harm in the short term, on weighing, you should care about the long-term benefit. Insofar that, yeah, for example, the Me Too movement had a lot of backlash in the early days. A lot of women got laid off. But eventually, when you had those men leaders be replaced with women counterparts or people who are much more palatable to the feminist movement, you get much more betterment in that aspect and you get betterment for women for long term in the future, insofar as the movement is still evolving, we get betterment for that. I'd like to weigh and compare under everything then. Firstly, on scale of impact, we win by a landslide because the people you empowered on their side are patriarchal men who won't contribute anything to the movement. Even if you empower women, those are still patriarchic women who like support patriarchal structures who are unlikely to donate to your movement. Under our side, we empower women at the top of the corporate ladder. We empower influential figures within the movement and allow them to fully actualize themselves. These are their biggest donors. Even if only one is able to make change, the magnitude is large because you get betterment for women all the way down the ladder. Secondly, confidence that you get under our side is a priori to all the claims that they want to tell you, because the fulfillment you get under their side is inherently limited because you don't fully believe in yourself and you don't fully have the support system. Under both sides, you're going to be oppressed, right? The difference under our side is you are able to find ways to fight back and get fulfillment from that oppression. For instance, when you go to work wearing revealing clothing because you're a girl boss, when you dump that ex because you're a girl boss, or you speak however you want because you're a girl boss, we are the only side that allows you to live and actually gain fulfillment from that oppression because you feel like you're rebuking and fighting against the system. Thirdly, you inspire other women to find their own confidence, to be their own girl boss. As I told you, there are various manifestations of this. Maybe it's not corporate. Maybe you go to the gym and get killer abs and you flex that on the men with like weak ass arms. You get this fulfillment under our side, and therefore we get much larger access for women to go to anything, right? And get much larger access. This is also a priority to their advocacy push, right? Their push is like, oh, you get advocacy, therefore you get advocacy, and therefore women are like pushed out from because of the limitation of resources. We say it is much better under our side because it's a priority to this advocacy that you get people respecting women and you educate people on this backlash, right? Because under their side, the narrative that still sticks is that, oh, women are just whiny, women are just like doing this because they're hormonal, for instance. Under our side, when you understand the backlash of these, like the context of what these women have to go through, it one means that you humanize them, as my previous speakers had already told you, and garner respect, which is a priority to this. But secondly, it refutes those narratives, because when people understand the emotional baggage that people have to go through, which is like you only get that through discourse, which you only get from being confident, right? That's when people understand what's going on behind the scenes. That's when you get much more people actually understanding and getting like media coverage, for instance, or getting people talking about the things that usually aren't talked about, and therefore this is already a priority to bettering this. But secondly and lastly, you give women herd immunity, because what these girl bosses tend to do is they stick together, they build communities, they build like these group WhatsApp chats when they mentor, for example, other women, or they push other women to be the same. Therefore, not only do you get this feeling of acceptance within a community and you get people rallying and getting critical mass, you provide umbrella protection for the women below you, because when you get girl bosses leading this movement, people are less likely to challenge it because you have an influential figure coming up and taking up the mic and leading these movements. You only get that when you get under our side, when you have a massive amount of these people banding together. Men will always subject you under both sides of the house. Opposition is the only side that allows women to get some reprieve from it and actually does anything about this. Stand with up.
Thank you for that speech. To close Op's case, as a whole, please welcome Op reply.
Am I audible?
Audible.
Okay.
Yang itu, ya.
Starting in 3, 2, 1. Judge, maybe in the worst case scenario, under both sides of the house, the patriarchy still prevails. But at the very least, under opposition, even if patriarchy prevails, you affirm these women's effort to better themselves. You affirm these women's efforts to rebuke and go against the system, and you also create safe space in which these women can garner fulfillment and acceptance from. Therefore, stand with up. The first point of framing that is important to note is that our framing that the feminism interpretation differs, because the girl boss interpretation is different in manifestation. Maybe it's not only in workplace, maybe it's in education, for example, how I told you, etc. Therefore, it gives even more choices and palatability to all kinds of women. Government cannot narrow this down to just a workplace debate, right? Why then is choice the most important thing throughout this whole debate? And this is specifically important because they never give any meaningful engagement towards how their side can better the choices for the woman. Firstly, it is simply because this choice is what has been stripped for women for far too long. Every efforts of the feminist movement that has accumulated over time boils down to one thing, that is choice, which means this is the direct and main incentive for the feminist movement, right? But secondly, this is the prerequisite for equality that they try to push under their side of the house, right? Therefore, the whole case prerequisite can only be achieved under our side of the house when you better autonomy for these women, when you better the choices for these women. But thirdly, it is simply a priority to any other benefit. For you to feel any other principal benefits, for example, you need autonomy. And to get autonomy, you need a various different of choices. You need to be able to align yourself with one of those choices, right? Therefore, you can only get this when you opt in, opt into this boss narrative. Insofar, it gives an even more diverse kinds of women, even more choices within our side of the house, right? But thirdly, it is simply because it benefits these individual feminists way more massively under our side of the house, because because it's one, it betters the woman's view on themselves, but also it pushes these women to also help out other women. For these women who are already in power, it incentivizes them to want to be able to also contribute to the movement, insofar they're affirmed by this girl boss narrative, which means this creates a top down effect from the top down approach from these high position women to these lower position women, in order to create a more palatable benefits for all kinds of women, right? Why then is top down approach important? Firstly, these women who are already in high positions are the agent of change. These are the women who actually have the power to manifest change, right? Therefore, it is only when then you push these kind of narratives on them, which they be incentivized to make changes, to push for acceptance for all kinds of women, right? But secondly, simply because these women who are already in high position have higher standing within society, which means how they assert themselves not only as a girl boss but simply as a woman impacts how many people view women in general, right? Insofar these women are the women who are in high standing within society. But secondly, note that they try to push that, oh, your movement will be called annoying under our side of the house. Note that under their side of the house, their movement will be called passive and doesn't actually do much. Why that is annoying, being an annoying movement way better, which you can only get under our side of the house. Firstly, because simply change is always uncomfortable. Every advocacy that feminist movement made are always uncomfortable at first, right? It is always uncomfortable when you disrupt the conformity, and this is actually good, and this is actually what leads to women being able to vote, for example, with all the rights that the feminist movement has accumulated for the woman's right until the status quo, right? Which means the change will always be uncomfortable under both sides of the house. It is still then preferable compared to being passive when you subject yourself and your movement to the patriarchy in and of itself. But secondly, simply because passive is dangerous, because simply you let patriarchic narrative entrenches itself more within society, you don't manifest change at all. Stand with up.
All right, thank you for that speech. To close the case and the debate as a whole, please welcome Dr. Reply here.
Okay. Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels, the opposition team may sound intuitive, but they fell under scrutiny. They base their argument on a specific perspective, but ignore the bigger picture. Let me define this motion again. The motion, it states that as feminists, this has opposed girl boss narrative. This debate is not whether that asking the girl boss provide benefit, but the mind important clash here is thus using the term benefit and harm feminist movement. We say harm, and also we want to clarify again. They argue that conservative countries has patriarchy incentive, and that's why you need girl boss to uplift women. Then all, but ladies and gentlemen, you need movement to tackle patriarchy. However, the movement itself would badly receive into their side, and the public will attack their under their side through existence of the girl boss movement itself, and the publicly will see the feminists as the bad things. The term harms that about the movement, and also we want to clarify that they lose because the first one, they ignore the fact that feminist is weakened because the term is excessively generous. And also, ladies and gentlemen, they never explain how can, for example, industry become more open-minded towards the woman when a bad image is already formed under their side. And also, their problem is are already reviewed under our side. They lose on a scale that, yes, it's mainly slightly help a small but a portion of women, but ladies and gentlemen, it still harm the most. But even so, that our side proves social perspective still shifted, it's still linked to women's superiority, and also there still fail understand our argument. There are other that a saver weighted incentive of them. They do not properly explain why those ways suddenly unnecessary, and also the large portion of society, such as a feminist, is still badly affected. And also, ladies and gentlemen, our side oppose a potential harm. Why that affect a whole society, and also opposition based their argument only a small scale on of the people, not the motion as is a feminist movement. This show we must consider a whole community itself. And also, we addressing why we should win, because the first one we already proved that it's not only that the girl boss narrative is not only about the narrative problem, but we already proposed that it can lead to the largest scale of the period of time. And also, we'll already set up the status quo about this motion that girl boss has become related to the woman's superiority, and also changing the perspective of a term takes a very long time. And also, society often responds to the shocking truth, and once again that many women have to use use them. And also, ladies and gentlemen, we already proved that why the global narrative bring harm more than good. We prove in the largest stakeholder. We are addressing the actor. The first one is about the feminist movement, and the second one is about the gender equality, and the third one is about society. And also, we are proving the impact of the global narrative itself. The first one is about the weakening of the purpose of the feminism, and the second one make the other stigma from the other gender, and the third one is going to lead to attack women's value, and all of that lead to gender inequality. We addressing that when gender inequality happen, it leads to, that no other gender doesn't have the same right, which eventually causes damage in a long period of time. So we need to consider about it. Therefore, we propose a better alternative to protect other gender. So rather than using the gender narrative, we can use other narrative, simply say smart, brilliant, smart. We need to actual action if we want to highly patriarchy that they didn't address if they're in their argument. So, ladies and gentlemen, they do not address the urgency what we propose in a longer period of time, and also their argument change outcome as the margin, while our changes the entire system and the entire stakeholder. We propose the better alternative in a proper way in every gender larger, more probable, and more immediate. So we proud to. So government should win.
Thank you for that speech. That marks the end of this debate. This is a silent round, so congratulations everyone for finishing the round. You can just go directly to the break, and please be back on the Zoom by 13:15 later. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Kak. Thank you,
Thank you,
Kak.
guys.
Great
Thank you,
debate.
Kak.
Recording stopped.
Great match.
Recording in progress.
thank you guys for having a break. So yeah, I hope you guys can undergo in the next two round. But before we proceed to the third round, there is some equity briefings that I would like to make, and there's some equity announcement that I would like to make first regarding observer atau pendamping. Mohon dengan sangat Bapak Ibu ketika masuk, mohon dengan kondisi atau langsung diganti namanya ya Bapak Ibu. Jadi harus ada nama Bapak bahwa Bapak Ibu adalah pendamping, dan kedua nama Bapak Ibu, karena kita melihat banyak sekali tadi either hanya bilang pendamping saja atau misalnya hanya nama gurunya saja, seperti itu, yang dimana di sini tim juri punya hak untuk langsung meremove Bapak Ibu sekalian, seperti itu. Lalu untuk perihal pendamping, mohon dikondisikan jangan melakukan on mic ya Bapak Ibu ya. Di sini kami melihat banyak instances di mana Bapak Ibu ada yang on mic tidak sengaja atau dan lain-lain. Dimohon untuk tidak mengganggu jalannya perdebatan, seperti itu. Lalu kedua, ini ada poin yang sangat amat penting buat kalian semua, khususnya para debaters, bahwa kalian, you guys are not allowed to make any generalization or discrimination towards a certain identity that or protected attributes that has been given and that has been included in the PowerPoint. So make sure that this is a debate, this is a public debate, this is a National Schools Debating Championship. I want you to respect one another, especially this is in a province level. So please respect all people regardless of their identity or regardless of your beliefs towards that particular identity. Please make sure that you are understanding this rule, because this is not just a usual debate in the streets. This is a formal debate and being conducted by the government of Indonesia. Therefore, please do not make any generalization or make any remarks that would hurt other people. I hope it's clear from this. But thirdly, this is equally also important. We want your room to be sterile. What does I mean by that? Please, the only people that is allowed in your room is only the 3 debaters. So we don't want any operator inside it. We don't want any teachers inside it. Please make sure that there are only 3 people in the room, and that is the debaters ya. Jadi kalau misalnya nanti tiba-tiba ada bayangan orang atau tiba-tiba ada suara orang lain, we have the right to question it. Okay? But lastly, regarding on toilet breaks, please make sure that when it comes to toilet breaks, kalian tidak melakukannya during mid speech. Misalnya pembicara ketiga lagi ngomong misalnya, lalu tiba-tiba ke toilet dan lain-lain. Nah, oleh karena itu dimohon kalau misalnya memang pengen ke toilet ya sebelum pidatonya, sebelum roundnya dimulai, seperti itu. And please tell the judge, okay? So yeah, that is the overall equity announcement. Make sure that you are following the code of conduct. We still have a long way to go, and good luck for the next round. Thank you so much everyone, and I will bring it back to the CAP.
All right, thank you so much, Rama and Equity Officer, for the announcement. So with the draw, remember to take the note seriously from Equity Officer from the announcement, so that in the future you can prevent the violations of conduct and also an unethical behavior on the equity. So yeah, we will release the draw for the third round. All right, guys. So the draw for the third round already sent to the WhatsApp group, and also in this screen share, you can see you have to rename your name accordingly to your breakout room and also on your positions. we will launch the motion in 33. While waiting for the motion launch and also understand being on the draw, we will also share a song. Alright, hi everyone. Welcome to the third round of LDI Bahasa Inggris Jawa Barat 2026. And the hinted song previously, so we will have a theme for the third round motion is sports. Okay, so the motion reads, this house will prohibit developing countries hosting major international sporting events uh, like FIFA World Cup, Olympics, SEA Games, etc. Do you guys have any questions regarding this motion? All right. The scheduling starts now. The debate will start at 14:02. Good luck everyone for the debate.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Hi guys, please go straight to your breakout room. Thank you.
Sir, we haven't got into our appropriate breakout room. Which we haven't got into the breakout room, and the opposition team already got in. So my questions for the invitations to the breakout room.
Untuk tim Subang, tolong segera join ke room 2. Terima kasih.
So there unfortunately no options for us to join by ourselves.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so the time now is 2:02, which means case filling time is up. I'm gonna do, I need to write down the names for each teams. So, Team Banjar, who is speaking first? Uh, Team Banjar, can you unmute and tell who's speaking first?
The one that's speaking first is Fitri Ayunda from the proposition team, sir.
Second,
The second one will be Fauzia Nurhidayati. The third one
third is Usnaya.
is, yes.
Okay, who's being the reply speaker?
The reply speaker would be Fitri Ayunda.
Okay, in Depok opposition, who's speaking first?
The one who speaks first is Graciela. Second is Shirin. Third is Uli, and reply is Shirin.
Okay, wait, let me just copy and paste this. All right, so a few housekeeping rule before we start the debate. The first is your time to speech is 8 minutes. Beyond 8 minutes and 20 seconds, the judge will not write anything down. For POI, only allowed after the first minute and before the second minute. Please don't spam. If your POI is accepted, please make sure you give it around. If your POI is accepted, please make sure you do not exceed 15 seconds. If your POI is rejected, please make sure you give around 30 seconds before offering another POI. For reply, it's 4 minutes and 20 seconds with no POI. I think that should be it for the housekeeping rules. I think we can just start the debate. I'm gonna turn on the timer. Wait. Right. So there's good. I highly recommend both of you, the team, to have their own stopwatch, but I do have a timer here if you do need it. So without further ado, we can just start the debate. I call upon first speaker of the proposition team.
All right, thank you so much, sir. I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. All right, so firstly, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorable educators, fellow debaters, and everyone that has given me the opportunity for me to speak in this debate. Then I will deliver my speech and my predicament about this motion today. This House would prohibit developing countries hosting major international sporting events like FIFA World Cup, Olympics, and SEA Games, etc. And so, dear honorable educators and everyone here, please. Now, firstly, I would like to make a reinforcement about today's motion that this House would prohibit developing countries hosting major international sporting events, FIFA World Cup, etc. Everyone, all right? So this motion speaks clearly on its meaning that it's contradicting opinions. But about that, before I go to my argumentation and everything about my delivering, I would like to firstly introduce myself as the first speaker of the proposition team, Fitri Ayunda. I will be delivering my senses about this motion, and then we have Fauzia as the second speaker of the proposition team. She will be delivering her arguments. Lastly, we have Husna Wisnurasa as the third speaker of the proposition team. She will be delivering her reinforcement and concluding our arguments as the reply speech. I will be Fitri Ayunda to conclude everything about this debate today. Now, moving on to about this motion today, I would like to reinforce everything that had been mentioned that I've mentioned before, so that this motion speaks again clearly on its meaning that the contradicting opinions about whether or not it's a negotiative manner to let developing countries become the host to a massive international sport event. Dear panels, we have to firstly have the mutual understanding of how international sports events are being executed, especially in today's already trending FIFA World Cup being delegated in this obvious predicament. Sports events, they require firstly massive fund cost. It's not secret that to everyone that this type of major massive sport events usually and have become a really a predicament that they usually have a really large cost of events to make it being executed. Secondly, the facility accessibility that a country, especially the one that obviously is going to be hosting the major event, needs to have its own facility access to for it to be the news of the whole world, the international athletes, for them to play in the games. And then thirdly, massive cost of field. Fourth, work labors. People are being paid and being the excessive job there. Obviously it's going to have a hectic errors and everything that the work labor, and it's an extra workload for the countries that are hosting the event. And then the lastly, it's the management. Obviously, a country that is being hosted or hosting an event a major sport event will have to have focus on their management about this specific event, since it's a largely internationally prestigious event that a lot of people will have a focus on. And this becomes contradicting a questionary that based on this consideration that I've mentioned earlier with the motion, this house would prohibit developing countries from hosting major events. With all due the confidence and assertion as the speaker of the proposition team, we fully support this motion and argues wholly to the proposal of the opposition teams, the arguments that they will talk about ahead. Dear honorable panels, imagine a country, especially in a still developing countries where they don't have the stability as the developed countries yet, they will having to execute the extreme major event measurements. Not only will be affecting the country economically, but surely it's going to be a negative chaotic impacts on the country itself, and the citizen and the society will also be equally affected by this. And now moving on to my arguments again, to convince dear panels, firstly, environmental wise, objectively viewing this in an important stance with the execution of a major sports events happening in a developing countries, this can cause major irreversible damage to a country. In this sense, developing countries I will take an example. For instance, Indonesia, they have hosted the SEA Games event during the 2019 SEA event. At that time, that there are several fatal problems that were caused by that event that they were executing at that time. Firstly, it was appointed a lot of criticism by how hectic the situation was back then. And so how so? When Indonesia became the host event of this SEA Games before, there were a lot of people trashing everywhere, just littering and not taking responsibility of their own litter. And obviously this became a huge controversy everywhere on the internet. It even came to the BBC News that we as a country had so many problems with the cleaner side of the environmental side, that we obviously as a developing country is struggling to maintain the trashes and everything, that we don't have a yet really good technology back then to reinforce our own stability of environmental environmental stability, so that even by that, obviously, like I also like have to like obviously we as like the debaters here have to like question like, is this like truly like the meaning like of for like developing countries that obviously do not have any like further measurement for this, like even the technological that access and that facility access that I have like mentioned before, like if they don't like have it like enough accessibility that they can like give and execute for the measurements of this event, like major sports event, it's international event,
I'm
obviously
sorry, I think
country will
it's
no thank you,
lagging.
no thank you,
Freezing.
like I will also like mention like the like sports event that have been like going on like in 2026. It's a really really hot topic. It's been like going on like in 2026. It's the Parasite, like
Wait.
the
Wait.
World Cup that is going like on this, like we have to like
Can you
know that like
pause for
even
a bit?
yes.
Can you pause? I think the other team is lagging.
Oh,
I think they have connection issue.
all right. What?
Kota Depok, are you is your connection stable now? Ya, Kota Depok lagi nge-lag.
Hello,
Tunggu
is it
sebentar ya.
okay if we use this device?
Boleh, tapi kalau bisa the other device itu buat kamera aja, ini buat kayak audionya bisa nggak?
Okay. We can. So this is for audio and this is for camera.
Iya, boleh.
We're really sorry.
Wait, kameranya bisa diarahin ke pesertanya nggak?
Kok kayaknya kena pakai itu lihat deh.
Ya, coba mute bentar deh.
Is it? I think it's better to use the camera and to use the audio here because the other device is lagging right now.
Oke.
Can you not? Oh, enggak betul. Oh, itu tuh. Give us a moment. This is the consequences of online. Belum on. Sorry.
Oke, I think udah aman ya. Ya, itu di mute aja satu device-nya. Ya.
Right.
Okay, I think we can just continue.
Right. I will continue my speech in 3, 2, 1. Now, repeating what I've said like before on this like whole argumentation that I've like also like said with like proven that the logical reasoning of this is how it is really emerging by how like unnecessary types of like major events that are like being executed are being prioritized by the countries that are still obviously in development or is still like inexcusable. Like how can like we like support this as a whole, because as even like as a citizenship, as a society as a whole, like we have to unite to a better like greater perfect perforation of something. Like obviously like if we're being in disadvantages here, we shouldn't like take on something that we are like unable to reach, like that first. And secondly, the data that like I've also like wanted to like share that in 2026, that most recent data of like a perceived like football competition players are like celebrating like so much in like the streets, like in the Kota Bandung, in the city of Bandung, like they were like celebrating so much like up until like noon, like to like around like 2 like 3 a.m. and everything is a mess there. Everything became so much littering, like people are just so really like not taking the responsibility of their own trashes, and they're littering everywhere, and this became a major problem, obviously an issue by the environmental like states and view. And obviously we as the us as the proposition team does not only have that as a argument, that will also like my second speaker and third speaker will also like make legislative take backs and comments and arguments and statement about this. So every everything that I've said before supports our reasoning on why we fully support this motion. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you for the speech. The call upon first speaker coming from the opposition team.
So we have another device which is an iPad. Can we use that for our voice?
Boleh.
Testing. Sorry. Is the audio audible?
I think ada echo deh. Maybe try to fix it dulu.
Tes.
Masih ada echo deh. Jadi kalau misalnya mau ada echo, usually kamu harus matiin audionya dari the other device dan hanya menggunakan audio dari Depok Voice ini. Coba deh do that and then coba tes.
Tes.
Yap, udah aman.
Okay. Sorry guys for the hassle. Maybe putting this here. Actually, I think. Okay. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels. You have to look at the status quo. Let's be realistic here and look at the simple analogy very first. Firstly, to be successful, you have to fail first. To know what being healthy means, you have to know what being sick means. To have change, you have to take a risk. And this is why our side is so proud to oppose this motion. Before going straight into the setup, I would like to rebut a few keywords or few arguments from the proposition that they have been talking about from their first speak. There are 5 points here. Firstly, they claim about the facility. This is actually going to be integrated with my arguments, but I'm going to say this in one word. There will exist regulations. There will exist assessment. Secondly, they're talking about labor. Our response is, hey, we're not saying that we're going to exploit people from the underdeveloping countries. Of course, there will be contracts. There will be regulations. There will be meetings to assess which country is actually really reliable to have it or not. Thirdly, they're saying about execution, and I think I'm just gonna take that as a fear of maybe the World Cup or maybe the Asian Cup is not gonna be as I don't know, prestigious as it seems because it's being in a developed country. But firstly, we have already many examples of major international events going into developing country, and it is still good. Secondly, it is a major international event, which means that it is supported globally. Fourth, you're talking about environmental. Firstly, again, we're gonna say regulation and laws exist. Even if it's inefficient, we're gonna say that the trades-off are worth it, and we're gonna be integrating that in our arguments later. Fifth, they say that it's not necessary to actually have a major international event in a developing country. But our responses to this is, do you really think change is not necessary? Moving then on to the setup, let's define how would you prohibit? To what extent would you want to prohibit this kind of major international events? I didn't really get the characterizations from their side of the house. Our side of the house, though, view this kind of prohibition, whether it's macro or whether it's micro scale, it is essentially just not beneficial on both sides of the house, as we are talking this to support the developing country in the very first place? B, what does developing countries look like on our side of the house? It looks like a country with low GDP. It looks like a country that still needs economic growth. It looks like a country that still needs strong infrastructure because they have not been supported yet, because their economy is still fluctuative, their socio-political geology and stuff are still low. They're not still supported, right? And then C, what is major international sporting event looks like? A, it is a big event. B, it has many fans. And with these 2 points, it is also likely for people to come watch the kind of major international events, right? So our stance here is clear. We are here to firstly support the conditions of economy in a developed country. B, elaborate and prove that opposition's inherent stance is a fraud from the very first place, because they are just denying a golden chance for A, their country to furthermore develop in economic scale, and B, their country to receive exposures and actually promoting your culture here. That means the burden that the proposition has not been touched yet, has not engaged yet, is A, justifying losing the opportunity cost, and B, supplying clear mechanism on how the developing country is going to furthermore develop their country, which is a heavy thing for their side of the house, facing with the big fact that the developing country is in a stagnant state because they have no catalyst for change, right? Let's get into clarifications though. We're not saying that a specific country that is experiencing, I don't know, immediate collapse, or is, I'm sorry, in the middle of a war, should force themselves to actually host a major international events. No, that is out of the story. And B, we're also not saying that some countries that is actually incapable to, take in many tourists, take in many athletes is actually the stakeholder in this debate. No, we're gonna put that on our clarification then. How this policy looks like on our side of the house is, firstly, we think that this should actually be supported or even encouraged because of the benefits we're gonna point out later. And B, note that on our side of the house, of course, because this event is a major international event, it is built on a long assessment on weighing, on regulations. The regulations exist, which means, what does that mean then? Which means, firstly, it has been through lots of considerations of a country, whether that country is capable or whether that country is not capable. Note that we're not saying that every developing country should actually be encouraged to have these major international events, right? We're not saying that. We're just saying that for developing countries that is actually, capable to host a major international events, that should be encouraged because that is going to receive many more benefits on our side of the house then. Secondly, contracts exist. This also fundamentally clashes with their argument about education, labor, facility, environmental, because contracts exist. So every form of attacks of the fundamental building of this event is not relatable and irrelevant to the very first place. Moving on to my first argument then, major international events will be a catalyst for economic growth. How and why is this urgent? First, A, in a developing country, they need GDP. They need a more stable economy. They need economic growth. They need strong infrastructure. And for that to happen, they have to increase their economic state. They have to have money. That is the simplest analogy, and I think both sides agree to that. So B, they are stuck in a developing state because they have no catalyst, they have no push, they have nothing, they have no one to actually incentivize for them to change. Even if on their side of house they're trying to say no, economy can actually be pursued with anything else by, I don't know, maybe saying like local businesses or some sort of education, but that still is not enough because in the status quo right now there's this kind of urgency that you cannot just solve by using that. So secondly, this event acts as a catalyst. Simple mechanism here. A, major inter-events means there are supports globally. I think both sides agree to that. And B, a country will not only receive the support from other countries, but it also two folds of impact here. Firstly, money incentives, and secondly, long-term economy chances. How does this work? Firstly, fans globally come here to watch an international events, right? And the likelihood for this to happen is very high because it's a major international event. For example, FIFA World Cup. And because they will come, that means they will be tourists, right? So secondly, tourists will come to a country and need A, food, B, lodging, third, vacation. And the likelihood for them to actually go to local businesses or even businesses from big companies is very high for that country, because they have the urge to experience vacation or maybe local stuffs, right? And C, that will accelerate local businesses, because A, they receive incentives. B, if they receive incentives, they will increase the quality of that business. C, increasing quality in a region will amplify economic growth. So the trades-off here is simple. Yes, maybe we may experience some environmental loss. Yes, maybe litters will exist, but look at the benefits available. Panels, I think the benefits that we are trying to propose in the very first place is overweighing the harms that the proposition is trying to explain. Because in a state of developing country, you need economic growth to actually have education, to actually have a big social geopolitical power, and this major international event acts as a big support to support that kind of countries. Also, we're not saying that we're rejecting every kinds of risk, but we're saying that those kind of risks is actually negotiable and can actually be solved. But a once in a lifetime opportunity cannot be demolished or even prohibited in the very first place. And that is why on our side of the house, we are so proud to oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you for the speech. I call upon the second speaker of the proposition team.
Am I audible?
Yep, audible.
Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay, honorable panels, fellow debaters, and everyone who is listening. First of all, I would like to thank for the opportunity given to me to speak in this debate as the second speaker. But before I move to our argument, I would like to first deliver some rebuttals and answers to the opposition's team's arguments. First of all, they were mentioning about regulation, but I'd like to ask you again, what regulation? You say that regulation exists it does exist in theory, but when we see the reality, for example, the national event sporting like Parsit a few while ago, they don't take care of the aftermath. It causes a huge impact on the environment. Like the people doesn't have the urgency to take care of what they've done. They don't have the urgency to pick up their own trash, or the people still lack even the most basic etiquette that should be interpreted as picking up after their own litter. So if you want to implement and host the even bigger events such as international sporting events in Indonesia, then we will first need to educate the people first, and also give enough capacity that can take care of the aftermath of the event. And secondly, they mentioned about countries in wars, but this motion talks about developing country. So I don't see the relevancy they mentioned in that. And now the opposition team also mentioned that these events are needed for economic growth. But honorable panels, please hear me. When you see a dying country, like for example, like Indonesia, we are currently facing a hard times in both economic, healthcare, and massive decline in education. But we are going to take about the economic first. So as we can see now in the state of our economy right now, would it be possible to even host an event if you host in such huge, massive cost event in our condition right now? It's like you're giving a feast to a wounded person. Like you don't heal the wound first, but you give them feast. And that is not where the problem lies. It's about healing the wound first and not giving them the food. we are giving the food after the wound has healed. And now, moving on to my argument, I would like to mention that about the economy impacts that hosting an international sporting event has cost. First of all, I want to talk about the economy. So for a developing country, often faces many issues in a matter of funding. For example, Indonesia, our country has faced many challenges regarding funding ever since a long time ago. So let me say what funded you will need to host such an event. So hosting an international event costs a huge fund. No, thank you. Like first, you need the organizing of the building and venue, and then you also need to pay for the organizers' salaries and their performance, and then welcoming performances for the guests, hotels and transportation, pieces, and other facilities. So hosting the events in an international scale, as I said before, costs a massive expense and often overcome the short funded resource. So to host the event and to overcome the short funded, the government often develop a country usually use fund from having a debt to another country. For example, like the SEA Games that hosted by Indonesia in 2019. No, thank you. Because we have spent 19 billion for the opening of the event only, and it has not covered all of the entire organized event. Even the opening alone cost such massive cost, adding another debt to the nation's already massive national debt. And also, while the event can interest visitor and add account to the nation's income or the visa, the benefit of that doesn't cover the expense that we spent on hosting the event. While we, as a developing country, have more pressing matters that has to take account, and hosting the international sport event is not a necessity. So why should we even host it in the first place when there are many more major cases that we should take care of, and there are many more pressing matters that we haven't taken care. So rather than hosting an event that is not a pressing matter to order in alternative, we better use the money to host the event major that we needed to, if we want to excel and to actually do a better performance in hosting the event. First, I will talk about the infrastructure. As we have known that Indonesia has many unequal distribution in infrastructure, namely bridges, schools, and other facilitation. So if we want to host an event, we have to first build a facilitation and building that can actually cover all of the coming guests. So like if we host an event in Indonesia, there would be more crowded. There will be crowd, as my team has mentioned before. There will be overcrowded in the ways, and then there will also be many litters and math environment issue. And then after that, we also need to take account of the declining existence. Like if we want to host these events, of course we would need the people to take care of it. We need people who can we need good people to organize these events. So by paying the tuition to education, we can ensure that in the upcoming years, in the future generation, we can host the event for even better, and that we can better regulate them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the speech. I call upon second opposition.
Am I audible?
Audible.
Okay. I will be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels. Before I move on into my arguments, I will be having a couple of rebuttal regarding what the second speaker of proposition has already said. First of all, when they asked about where was the regulation happening in that event, they notice how they doesn't know that even when the regulation existed, there will be risk. Because where was a regulation intended with zero risk at the very least? Because at the very least, we give the preemptive with regulation so that the people will have a 2 times of thinking whether or not they should litter or whether or not they should do chaos. Because in the end, educating people of doing things that are morally good or morally wrong is not our job as someone who is a local in a developing country. It's not our job to educate them because it's basically on they're basically standing on behalf of themselves. And then this regulation existed as a preemptive. How come this actually exists that way? Because apparently when there's a regulation, there will be consequences for all of these people that came for these events. And then I will be elaborating this on my clarification. You guys, and then second argument is that you guys actually misconcept of our example. You guys talk about how the example of the first speaker told us, which is a developing country with wars cannot be the host of the event. We clarify that the main thing is that we clarify that developing country is not for those who aren't ready, because apparently when some country supposedly becoming the host of a major event, there will be years of testing, years of the people from the committee actually check on your country so that the country is actually good and ready for the events to be had there. And then we talk about my first speaker already talked about the mechanism on doing those. And then thirdly, developing country have less funding for the events. That's exactly what you've been talking about. However, when we talk about a major event, which is an international way, the funding won't just be heavy for the developing country, because apparently because this event is major and has already been done yearly. This doesn't mean that developing country would just use their own money so for this huge event. Of course there will be a committee, of course there will be sponsors and stuff like that. I will be elaborating this later. And that you guys need to know how major event of an international sporting is actually mean. And that when you guys talk about how we can't build we don't have a facility and it is better for the facility to be great and then we can host it. Actually, Indonesia can host the SEA Games, meaning this country went for years of testing until they actually could be the host of the SEA Games. And then those bridges, those road that has probably broken stuff in it is not actually necessary, because apparently those testing actually requires that. Where will the event participant actually goes, where will people comes by, that is actually has been one of the things that the people test about. And then again, when we talk about how we only prohibit nearly 10 years until they're actually ready, they don't actually give the real mechanism or the real explanation regarding when will this prohibited actually requires. And then panels, notice this: we will win in this debate if we can prove to you that even when there are litters and chaos, in the end, the nation will benefit from the tourists by the economical state. First argument, moving on from my first argument, international sporting is a very huge event with thousands of possibilities, thousands of opportunity. When will this happen again for a developing country? It is such an opportunity for us to actually be a host, to can prove for the hosting that we can actually be the host for the SEA Games. Notice that the developing country, to have an economic stability is actually a dream come true, because apparently our own problem as to why we are a developing country, the base problem is the fact that we are still having economic instability. And then the hosting will have
will probably get sponsored, and there will be a lot of local businesses that will eventually be benefited by this major events. And then a major sport with thousands of fans will eventually come by here. That way actually explain the tourism word. When we notice that littering and environment is a serious issue, of course it is, but it leads to another job, which is a job for cleaning with a contract and a payment for it. And then we noticed that the CMs in Indonesia, maybe it is full of littering. However, back in 2018, the popularity increases and the economy increases. Of course, they're not just talking about the fact that there are littering. They also talk about how Indonesia is a great country for vacation, and you know what that means. That means people will come back to this country and actually comes back and make our economic stable again. And then I will have an extension for what my first speaker has already said. When they talk about a catalyst for economical growth, that actually a push for economic growth in a developing country is a great move because it increases economic stability, which is what we wanted. What does actually economical stability means? That means we are no longer a developing country. That means we actually have an independence for our own economy. And then B, we develop more based of more things for a developing country, such as when we already have a economic stability, that means we can have an equal education and cultural stuff and stuff like that. And that will what will happen with when the catalyst of economic growth actually happens. And then moving on to my clarification, local will eventually understand and actually takes the benefit because they know that this is a major event, and this and littering and chaos can't be actually prevented. But apparently they take benefit of it by actually doing businesses and doing networking. When they do businesses, at the very least, these local businesses could get the benefit by actually giving themselves an economical growth, which actually what they wanted by living in this developing country. And regarding regulation, when we talk about contracts, this is actually means when the tourists actually did something such as littering and being chaos or whatever, there will be contracts and consequences. This is where the preemptive is. When you do littering, maybe you could have like the consequences such as a money, a fee, and then that's exactly what the preemptive actually means. Moving on to my second argument, which is an opportunity to introduce our culture and increase popularity, is a great way for us developing country. First, when other countries come for the games, that means they're actually privileged and actually came for vacation too, because they're not just going to come for the sport, they're actually going to come for vacation, going to holiday, going to the beach, and actually making our economic stable again. And there will be opening ceremony to make people interested in our country, such as there will be traditional dances, or there will be like a way to introduce our country, such as inside of the game, and people will be like, oh, this is such an interesting country, even though it's still a developing country, and they will come back again. And guess what, that's a very good way for an economical growth. When a country hosts, that actually means that they take a lot of opportunity cost regarding the economical and regarding the popularity, and that this creates a low risk and high reward situation. That therefore we are proud to oppose.
Yeah, thank you for the speech. Followed by the third speaker of the proposition team.
Hey, am I audible?
Yep, you're audible.
Excuse me, honorable panels. May I go to the bathroom?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
Yang lain juga go to the bathroom ya kalau misalnya membutuhkan.
I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay. Honorable panels, fellow debaters, and everyone listening. Now, firstly, I would
I would ask you to re-question it again on this view of this side of the house. Firstly, the opposition team mentions about regulations and economic growth. But firstly, let me re-question you again about the regulations. Are we sure about that? Panels, if the opposition team mentioned such as regulations, but if we see it on the practical field, if we see it in reality, let's be honest that those regulations doesn't matter anymore to the people who are visiting the buildings or like the buildings that the country is being hosted in. Let's be honest. If we take an example of even in the national scale, if we take an example of how people in the abandoned city doesn't care about how the trash is, or like doesn't care about anymore about the disciplinarity of the city, that proves how the regulation, if regulation exists, it does not fix the problem that there are impacts on the environment, in the crowd, like traffics or such things like that. So regulation doesn't fix the problem itself. And if we compare it, the opposition team only mentioned it regulations as the solution to only for the theoretical field, but in reality, in fact, in the practical field, the regulations doesn't apply anymore. It is nowadays those regulations, even concluding our national, for example, like dependency. No, thank you. Even in the national scale, people for their own country, they don't even have the own responsibility or like the own careness to take care of their own city. So why would the people in another country who visits, for example, the developing countries that measuring international sporting events would take care of the things that they left, like as the impact on the buildings or stuff? Because even in our country, it doesn't ensure that people will people will care about the regulations. So why would that ensure that those regulations will ensure everything safety, including other people that came from another country? And secondly, panels, if you try to see the perspective of the view of this house, lower side of the house, in the proposition teams, firstly, the opposition team undermines the developing countries' sovereignty in economic. Why? The question is, why do we need to rely on instant economic growth? For example, such thing as hosting major international sporting events to build our own, the economic growth. Why don't we take the fund to allocate it on another stuff that can build our own sovereignty in the economic growth? Why do we need to rely on the hosting major international sports event to have an economic growth, economic stability? Why don't we have our own sovereignty as a developing countries to build our own economic growth? Why do we need to focus only on the major sporting events, majoring sporting events, to take chances to grow the economy? That is our question as the proposition side of the house. Now, moving on, as what have been mentioned by the first speaker of the proposition team, she had mentioned that this motion speaks clearly on its meaning, to the contradicting opinions about whether it or not it is a negotiated manner to developing countries become the house to a massive international sport event. Panels, we have firstly have the mutual understanding of how international sports events are being executed. In obvious sports events women's sports events requires firstly massive fund costs, secondly facility accessibility, thirdly massive cost of the field, and thirdly work labors, and the last is managements. And based on the considerations of the first speaker of my proposition team have mentioned, they came to the questions that correlates to today's motion, which states that this house would prohibit developing countries hosting majoring in international sporting events such as FIFA Foot Cup, Olympics, Games, etc. And which is why we support this motion. Hopefully, we believe that developing countries should have the sovereignty, should have the right to build their own sovereignty in the economic growth, not only relying on the hosting major international sporting events, which is why do we need this? Why do we support this motion in the first place? First, for example, in the Philippines as Indonesia, first we have statistics where Indonesia for current moment have an inflation for accurate at approximately 0.68% monthly, and for the yearly it could be even 5% or like 7% or even worse. And that is why if Indonesia was like for example like the happening right now is the FIFA World Cup, it will only worsen the economic stability. It will only worsen it because even even in the developing countries, it doesn't ensure that if you host international, even it would get you into economic stability. No, it doesn't ensure that. So sometimes it would cause even like more burden to the economic itself. For example, like Indonesia, if we take an example for it. And secondly, in Indonesia, there are many other sectors that are needed to be improved. So if we only focus on like sovereignty for hosting major international events, get economic growth for it. Now, why don't as Indonesia you allocate your fund to any other sectors? For example, like technology to build your own sovereignty. No, thank you. So if they and they mentioned about some like vacation stuff, but that is why the opposition team only mentioned about the short term, and we as the proposition team mentioned and ask the panels to focus on the long term itself, because the main debate here is the sovereignty, and you have to take a highlight of the sovereignty of the economic itself. So if we only rely on the major on hosting major international sporting events, well, like why don't we take another option as what the proposition team have proposed to the panels, that we should have allocate another fund to build our own sovereignty, so that we don't have to rely on this hosting major international sporting events as the developing countries. And that is our proposition team proposed to the panels. And they also mentioned secondly about the regulation exists with rates. But panels, let me ask you a question again. In the practical field, is it more beneficial for the regulations, or there are many higher risks exist in the field? And I believe we all know that there are more higher rates of the risk stuff than the benefits. And secondly, it is not the second speaker of the opposition team mentioned that it is not necessary for like such things as bridges and manufacturers. But let me question you again about the data that I've showed you, that Indonesia, like for the education field, they in 2022, our education indicators, PISA 2022, we are ranked in 68 from 80 countries that is there. So like I believe we need to locate those, and we need to build our own sovereignty rather than relying on hosting major international sporting events only as developing countries. Thank you.
I think about a speech I call upon third prof.
Yeah. Am I audible like this?
Yep, you're audible.
Yeah. Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels, remember that global support requires the idea about allow developing countries hosting major international sporting events will exactly bring more good and benefit for the country rather than prohibit this country to actually take part as the host. Obviously, there will be a lot of scales, especially economic stability, to receive exposure, incentive, and if we prohibit that, we actually lost abundance of opportunity to the country to keep develop and increase a lot of high improvement. Knowing this is a very big scale of international event, so if you lose that change, unfortunately, it's a very bad thing. That's exactly the reframing. Then let's go to the clashes of this debate. I think there are two clashes of this debate. For the first is which regulation of this case will matter most to give huge beneficial thing to exactly the actors in this debate, and which means developing countries international sporting events. For the second is how this actually benefit society in the first place, and what is crucial in our debate. For the first is regarding mattering here. International competition is a huge event with 100 even millions possibilities to get.
hey, when we give change to a country, especially developing country, the main needs to the country is actually economics and exposure that actually upper that country. I think before the committee decides to choose a country as a host means there are terms and conditions for that country. So they're developing country has the ability, has the potential to have the as the host of the competitions. So I think this actually already enhanced by my first and second speaker. Second, I think there are trade-off that actually worth it got from the tourists and visitors from the country will very much worth it at the end of the day that only exclusive under outside of the house. Why this is possible? I think I will give the example then. The visitors enjoy the local business, for example, street foods. We emphasize that new tourists would have higher interest to explore around the country. And if they have the ability to come to the country, means exactly they have good financial condition. And that needs like hotels for the stay vacations right there. And I think this is one of the proven why the incentive of the country will increase highly when we allow the developing country to as the host of the international sporting competitions. See, maybe the proposition states that there will be chaos or unstable conditions possibility, but panels we still engage in this problem by giving a proper regulations regarding environment that trashing, littering, and for people who didn't follow the regulations, they will have a proper punishment and a proper consequences with money, for example. And I think if there is a risk of people not follow this regulation, a fundamental human being will take attention for this regulation because they know that if they didn't follow the regulation they will get the consequences. And I think even if the people doesn't think about that, they still have to responsible to take the consequences, and this have the consequences. And before I jump into my second classes, I think judges remember that meanwhile they have never engaged our POI and keep defensive. They cannot strongly prove in their case because most of the time we have to we need to we try to POI their case. They always defensive and they just spend a lot of time not to give new argument that have engaged our argument. They keep like repetitive their case. Okay, moving into my second clashes, how this actually benefits society. For the first, the characterizations regarding awareness for this country that should taken seriously, and one the big solution exists firmly under outside the house. We are not talking about the country that are not really capable. For example, like my first speaker already states, under war country or etc. But we think that the country that is that have a responsibility or have changed to be a host is actually a country that have capability and potential to have a host. And for example, law regulation and consideration actually encourage contract and it is exists in our sort of house. Every taxes and fundamental thing as the responsibility were properly exist. We win in scale of magnitude here. Second of all, we think that we completely receive the likelihood would be high manifestation to happen. We prove to you that we provide a high certainty and high rewards that happen only inside of the house because at the end of the day we give chances, we give opportunity to every country to equally have the ability to be a host and give and have the very very beneficial thing from that. So the trade-off even worth it at the end of the day compared to the risk that maybe happen at the very first place. And notice how important our case stands that leads to an obvious check and balance that happen on their other side of the house only. What is possible then? When we allow developing country to take active as a host, means we will see the opportunity for the developing country to also not fall behind developed countries such as Europe and America, for example, because they also have the ability to organize that big event. So we can still see the possibility behind that country. So panels criticize that their case doesn't even knife into our arguments. We win in scale of magnitude and urgency, even in our second classes here. And clear mechanism is already explained by our side of the house. We can still match the impacts that happens under the propositions. And what's the weighing here? I think we need most weighing about 2 seconds here. In our base case scenario, I think it's already very obvious that the delta effect will very benefit and it's higher under our side. What is possible? We prove analysis on how incentive, exposure, economic stability, high development, such as social potential and culture, about maybe it happens inside of the country, will still exist even if we take their best case scenario about more environment stability, but actually our case already states firm to give solution. So notice there are a lot of problem that they have never engaged into our side. That's why we deserve to win this debate. And secondly, in their worst case scenario, it's a very crucial and serious problem. Their country will very stagnant without significant improvement that have a lot of beneficial. If we prohibit it, means the capable and able country lose a lot of opportunity to growth. And panels criticize that along this debate, they doesn't give any arguments and solutions. If we have to prohibit it, so what's the other solution to give like incentive to give like the country high exposure, for example? They have never talked about that. So for our side, we already told to you why this our cases matter the most. They also said that it's an instant no, thank you. Oh yeah, you may take the POI.
Well, okay, so we did give solution that we said that we should like allocate the dana, the like fund to like technological like interest rather than this thing. So how is that not a solution? Like obviously it's more important, necessary in a world that is meant to be developing.
Exactly, it's not a very incentive solution inside of the house. Why this is possible? Then I think we already say to you that we win in scale of urgency because it's talking about like the international competition that happens. Like even if you're talking about you're collecting data for technology, for example, but the incentive or the beneficial. Yes. Oh, it's already 7 minutes. You cannot POI sorry. Okay, the worth that or the worth or the trade-off is not very significant, and the funding is not very significant compared to our side of the house. Even if you talk about like collecting funding from another aspects from like already enhanced by my first and second speaker, but we already proved to you why the funding, the beneficial thing or the profit is much higher inside of the house, like compared to the under solution that you may give to our side. Therefore, very proud to oppose this motion.
I think I'm gonna switch. I call upon opposition to play.
Sorry.
Okay, since I know I'm audible, I will be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels, notice this. Which is more beneficial for a developing country? A, economic growth that is good for a long-term situation, or B, littering an environment that can be cleaned in a short-term way? We notice that their biggest flaw is that first, their economy is stagnant because when they give a solution such as a funding for other aspect, first of all, we don't have a funding at all. We have a funding, but apparently the developing country cannot actually require those funding for a lot of things. And we notice that the reason why we become hosts for this such major event is because we get the funding from the international hosting too. And then second, they focus more of a short-term solution for a long-term problem, which is economical for a developing country. And somehow those short-term problems that they talk about littering, chaos, and environmental can be solved easily too, if we actually go host this major event. And then we notice our strongest point is with 2 simple points. First, economy, which is a very good way for a long-term situation, such as if you actually use this major event as a way to increase your economy, then first, you can have a very good education, and then you can have a good infrastructure because you have the base of economy for it. And then second, we are good in exposure. How can a developing country not be happy when their country is actually popular for international major? Of course we will be happy because that's the big deal here. We are actually having our country exposure for the international fans, for the international tourists, and that's actually a good thing because why? Again, tourists came here with money, bring economical stable, and that's a very happy dream for us as a developing country. We noticed that they did wrong when they talk about nothing, when they don't engage towards our arguments, and then they don't actually give scale of prohibitions. They give a solution, but their solution is not solutive, and their victims is only about environmental. And notice how the regulations in their side is not working, but apparently there's no regulation that has zero risk.
And then they mischaracterize our clarification and not actually getting the urgency of a developing country needed this the most. And then why we prefer to not take a risk and grow rather than the likelihood to increase economic growth is high, no? And then we notice that the clash is that when we notice that there's a benefit in the society and there's a benefit in the economy, then that's already good enough for us to host a major event for an international scale. It's better to have an economical growth rather than for being stagnant for a future long-term situation and doesn't have a solution for it. They also state that environmental loss is crucial. It is. It is in fact very crucial. But we give a solution with this hosting measure. That means we actually have economic to actually pay those who wanted to clean this mess, this environmental loss, and this economy can actually be in a lot of roads for other aspects too. So apparently our side is much more exclusive and our side is much more beneficial regarding to what us as a developing country actually needed. Therefore, we are proud to oppose.
I think about the speech, I call upon the proposition reply.
Am I audible? All right. So I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Right. So dear panels, honorable panels, please listen to us again. By this motion that this House would prohibit developing countries hosting major international sporting events. Obviously, by within our discussion today and everything that we've overviewed in today's debate, we have given our opinions, our statements, and our arguments towards this debate and this motion. But quite frankly, with all due respect, dear panels, the opposition team have clearly made a major misconception and misunderstanding about this whole argumentation that they've said before. They kept going on to this economical growth, when obviously it's been rebuked. It's been already proven that it's not the full case and focus on this issue. Firstly, also our first, second, and third speaker of the proposition team have also reviewed a lot of their countless mistakes upon their misunderstanding on their sides in this house, and how my third speaker have also mentioned that we believe our side of the house economic growth stability does not come from short-end benefits, like how the opposition team have said that by vacation tourists and etc. that they will increase economical growth. Can you not you kept going back onto that again and again? We've already told you short-term things that cannot be implemented by the right way, that how economical growth are going to be growing and be supported and evaluated in a country, especially developing countries. We've already said that the second speaker of the proposition team have also said their factual data that even Indonesia, even if they have become the co-host of the national SEA Games back in 2019, does not prove anything, that they don't have any factual proof or logical reasoning onto why they support this their argument so much. And second, they did not clarify on their points by their situation as a whole, the whole measurement that they mentioned, that the benefit of becoming host of major international current events are surpasses the cost loss of environmental changes and disadvantages. Dear panels, this is great mistake of their statement that showed negligence and ignorance towards these minority problems and issue that has been caused by this thing. And it's been a major thing that obviously something a capacity of the developing countries are different from the developed countries, and we have to make an understanding and differentiate the reasoning how this is being taken. And honestly their like points like invalidate their own like arguments, because obviously we have to like understand like back in the process of how this major plan is being executed, it's not aligning to how developing countries will like smoothly like being helped by this at all. And so the cons of the opposition teams, like they personally did not at all give like numeric data, logical evidence, or even concrete reality that is relevant to today's age. Second, their opinion based arguments are really based on biased arguments and like critical thinking of their own without like any factual data at all. And dear panels, please like let me reconvince you that our proposition team are here to win this debate today. Firstly, we provide great concrete real-time evidence that with high relevancy in today's age. Second, gave clear measurements of the issue that we are like facing and focusing. Thirdly, we gave criticized solution which they did not. So thank you so much.
That marks the end of the debate. This isn't an open round, so give me around 5 minutes to make my OA. I will come back when it is ready. So other than that, I think you guys can rest for a bit, and then I'll come back
Recording
when
stopped.
it's ready. So yeah, please wait for a bit.
Recording in progress.
Hello everyone, time for break is already over. We will be release the draw soon. All right, everyone, the draw is already released. You can see in the WhatsApp group. I will we will also share screen the draw shortly. Yeah. As usual, for this last round for this day, rename your name accordingly to the breakout room. They are assigned to you based on the draw. See which position that you will be debated on. While waiting for the motion launch, we will also share the song. Or we will share the music for the film of the motion. Will be announced for the fourth round this day. The motion will be announced by the floor is yours.
All right. Hopefully it's visible, yeah. Okay. Hi everyone. So welcome. Oh wait, hold on. Right. This is the right one. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the fourth round and the last round for today. Yay. Thank you for hanging on till now. This is going to be a silent round, but I do wish this motion will give you guys excitement. So yeah, without any further ado, let's start. There will be no context slide in this motion for this motion. So the heading is, I mean, we heard about everybody thoughts, but the motion heading will be politics, but make it digital. Uh, Again, there will be no context slide for this. The motion is, does House prefer a world where government institutions don't have the access to external communication agencies, i.e. social media, PR, or public relation, advertising, marketing, or in short, spam? Any question for the motion? I'll give you guys some time to write down.
Excuse me, is it this house prevents or prefer?
Prefer. This house prefers. All right. Any other question?
What does the in this case, what does do not have the access mean?
Do not have the access, meaning they will not have the ability, they will not, or they cannot, or they will not connect, or they will not contact external communication agencies or external quote-unquote help, external institution that is focusing on communication. And communication means that those things I've put IE here. Any other question?
May I ask question?
That one question.
Okay, let's do it one by one. Yeah. Okay. Let's do it by one. Let's with raise hand dulu aja ya, Kabupaten Bekasi.
May I ask what the definition of PR is? Thank you.
PR is public relation. Or in Indonesia, humas. Hubungan masyarakat. Any other question?
A question, please.
Yep.
May we have the definition for external communication agencies?
External communication is, I think it's very intuitive. It is basically what it is, meaning, in bahasa Indonesia, meaning tim komunikasi di luar.
Recording stopped.
Di luar dari the government institution. Agencies meaning it's an agency, like it's an institution. So it's an institution that work for social media, institution that do public relation. It's the agency that do advertising, marketing. Any other question? Yes, go ahead.
I wanted to ask, in this context, can you give us like an explanation on what exactly does advertising and marketing here mean? And like, what does it mean when they are like related to external communication agencies?
All right. So what it entails usually, for example, a government institution campaigning over something. Or if we want to talk about public relation or social media, when there's an event, a huge day, for example, Idul Adha, then the government institution will, for example, ada Instagram post, for example, or they are marketing their program, for example. Any other question? Going once, going twice, going thrice. The time right now is 4 in the afternoon, so we'll start at 4:30. Good luck, everybody. and you can proceed to your breakout room.
Recording in
soon.
progress.
But before that, just a quick roll call for each teams. Do we have government team here and complete? Can I get a verbal confirmation from proposition?
We are here and complete.
Right. Just going to quickly do a confirmation on speaking positions. For prop, who will be speaking first? Nicholas, Alendra, or Medina? Yeah, who will be speaking first, prop? Is it Nicholas, Alendra, or Medina? Can I get a verbal confirmation?
Oh yeah, yes, that's right. Sorry, I forgot to.
Yeah, who will be speaking first?
First it will be Nicholas. Second it will Alendra. Third it will be Medina, and the reply will be Nicholas.
Perfect. Thanks. Let's go to the opposition. Can I get a verbal confirmation from opposition? I agree and complete.
We're here and complete for our speaker position. First in reply gonna be Aisha, second gonna be Chelsea, and third gonna be Salma.
Chelsea, Salma. All right, great. Thanks, everyone. Before we start our debate, just going to give a quick heads up that the debate in this chamber for round 4 is going to be live streamed on YouTube. So there's not much follow-up on that, but regardless of whether it's going to be live streamed or not, just pay attention with the wording of the way that you deliver your speech, the wording of it, and so on, as we are discussing quite a sensitive topic. Before we continue with the debate, just going to quick housekeeping rules as per usual. First of all, there'll be timer on your screen. By the case where there is an error on the Zoom timer, fear not, I will have my own timer on a separate device, but just pay attention carefully with the duration of your speech. Max is at 8 minutes 15 seconds. The cutoff time is 8 minutes and 15 seconds. Max is at 20 seconds. So you should try to wrap up your speech as soon as it reaches the 8 minute. POI window is between the first and the 7-minute time mark. It is highly encouraged for everyone to try to offer and accept at least 1 POI per speech, so that the debate could be more dynamic. Beyond that, I would also highly encourage any of the observer, be it now or in the future times, in case you get into the room, please rename your Zoom name accordingly to the correct format if you are trying to observe the debate. Any question from any of the debaters so far? Nope. All right. So last of all then, please ensure strict compliance to the camera policy. That is to say, please make sure to have your camera on at all times during the debate in the entirety of it, from the beginning until we concluded with government whip speech. Second of all, please also ensure that all members of the team is highlighted inside the camera. The 3 members of the team, as well as the paper and the table in which you are writing upon. The last thing then is to confirm on whether any of the team is going to use additional device as an audio input source. Is there going to be additional device from any of the team, prop and op? Okay, no, right? So I'm not going to see any of the phone on the table, yeah? So if there's not going to be any additional device. Right, that would be all the confirmation needed. Without further ado then, let's continue with the debate. The last round of the day, under the motion, this was prefer a word where government institutions do not have the access to external communication agencies. I hereby welcome the Prime Minister to open the debate. Here.
So before I start my speech, can I organize my speech first?
Yep. Right, are we good to go, Prop?
So, wait, I will set up my timer first. Timernya mana? Timernya mana?
There will be a timer on the screen the moment you start your speech. So yeah, no worry.
Sorry. Wait. Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
So for equity, this is my desk. I have my paper here, pen, and then there's no phone on the table. Okay. For For POI preference, just unmute your mic and then say POI without interrupting my speech, and I have the right to decline, to accept or decline that POI. Okay, so I would begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. One thing that the capitalism world has harmed us, that is eventually any area of aspect in this society, right? Even the democracy couldn't save from this touch of capitalism. The good democracy is where this democracy is where the person who who have the better quality would suitable for to fill the position, and not those who have the bigger capital, right? Now, see panels, if the opposition side of the house advocate this narrative about the government would have the access to the external communication, which I would define later. But see panels, if in the craziest part, the propositions in the propositions of the house world, the government would have this type of many access into this media. They would have the access to control it. They would have access to regulate what they would allow, what they wouldn't allow. This is simply restrict away the right of the opinion in the people, and then not in the interests of democracy nor the people to have those kind of incentive. Now, panels, to furthermore into this debate, I will give some setup first. So under the framing and the definition. So firstly, how do we define this access to the external communication, right? So firstly, I want to define this as the government wouldn't have access to external communication where they still have the access to see what the people opinion about us, but they doesn't really have access to control or to like regulate what people should say and wouldn't say, and so on and so on. It's just the same as the giving the people the free of opinion and giving the people the safe space for them to advocate what they are thinking, to giving the opinion what they are thinking, and the media would get the free of the advocate to be advocating to some policy from the government, so that they could give a better fact and give the better opinion and the better quality of news, for example, and they would not have some bias because they are not being paid by anyone or whatnot. Now, panels, this is one thing that I want to mention in would be lacking in the opposition side of the world is the bias of the media, right? So if the government have the access to this kind of external media, they would like the politician or the government the politician would have the bigger pocket here. Like, for example, they have the big capital, they would like paying or lobbying this media. They would have told them to tell the people that I'm good, that my opponent is bad, and they will eventually like win this competition because they have a bunch of capital, right? Now, see panels, this is very harmful into the idea of democracy itself, where people would have some fair competitions and whatnot, and they will not be the interests of the actor that I will explain later, right? So now, how does we as a proposition out of the house support this idea to not allow the government to have access to this external communication, right? See panels, when the government doesn't have this kind of action, this kind of access to control the media, they would have this thinking to be a better, because I mean, like, the people would have some better place for them to advocate their opinion. The people would not have being like restricted about what they could do, what they could not do, and there is very like the idea of democracy itself, where people on the freedom of speeches, on the liberty of opinion that the people could have, and then would be lacking in the opposition of the world. Now, panels, before that, I want to characterize about the people in our country, right? Let's say let's see panels that in our country, we are a developed country, well, many people doesn't really have that high of education, especially in politics. Now, see, these people is easily driven by the media, because they simply ate what they are given. Like, they would like give it, if the media told that the Prabowo is good candidate for the president, they will just bite that, because they doesn't really simply not knowing better, because they thinking, oh, Mbega is right, Mbega is giving me food that is good for me, so that I would have give my voice to him. Like, but see panels, the people doesn't really know what is fair, what is much more than just what the benefiting them. But this is where the media really critical about this, right? The media should be advocating what is right from the politician, but they also need to advocating what is wrong about the politician, so the people would have some better incentive who to choose with. Now, if they would not be happen in the opposition side of the house, where the media would be controlled by the government, the media would be controlled by them because they have the bigger capital. For example, they would have some bigger power to driven people opinion, because at the end of the day we still have low education to know that the people have low education to know which one is truly better for them, which one is truly bad for them. Now, see panels moving on into the characterization and about the frame about the what this debate really want, right? So firstly, I would divide this machine into three actors. Firstly, there would be the government or the politician. Secondly, it would be the media. Third, it will be the people, right? So what does the politician really wanted? So the politician eventually would want to be elected. They want to have this kind of power to control everything, right? So for them to get those, they would eventually do anything to legalize everything because they want to get elected, right? So the incentive for this politician to pay the media to advocating what they are really want about, and downfalling their enemy, for example, it would be more likely because the politician itself want to get elected. Second, about the interests the interests of the media, right? So the interests of media would eventually want to give a better fact, to give the people a better news, so that the people would eventually knew what is wrong with this politician, what is good about this politician, and they would choose what they are really want. And if this would not be happening in the proposition of the house, because the bias and then the lobbying of this politician, and the politician could buy the media, is more likely and more high chances for the media would be biased in their side of the house. Now, see panels, it wouldn't be happen in our side of the house under one reason, because the media could fairly advocating what they are really think about, what could the fact that could they really think about what the limitation of this government or the politician, right? So this is correlated into the interests of the people, where this interest of people is to have like a better opinion, to have a fair and clean democracy, right? So firstly, I want to explain why does in our side of the house we benefit the politician. See, when the politician doesn't really have this big capital, they doesn't really can get into the auto lobbying this media, for example, then if it not be happen in our side of the house, they would eventually some fair democracy and have fair chances for everyone, and just everyone will compete who's better in the quality, and it is also aligned with the interests of the people who want a better democracy, right? So then moving on, what does this debate really want, right? So this debate needs to prove to you which side of the house would have some better democracy, which is in our side, because the people would eventually compete who's better in quality and not who's better in the capital, for example. Second, about the interests of the actor, we give it to you that the interests of all three actors is still immediated and still occupied by our side of the house, and not really advocating in one-sided. Now, and there would be happening in the south of the house really one-sided to people who have the bigger capital, right? So thirdly, about the giving a better opinion and better fact or better news to the people, like the media would not have the biases into one politician, for example. You would have some freely dependency or the liberty to say what they want or what they really believe about. Now, then panels, the opposition of the house could truly say to you how does the politic will not doing wrong thing about this access to the media. That's why we're proud to propose. Thank you.
I think the Prime Minister for the final remarks. Prime Minister spent 8 minutes and 26 seconds. 8 minutes and 26 to respond. Then leader of opposition. Sure.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Okay, so my speech will begin in 3, 2, 1. Panels, I feel like the proposition team whole speech is kind of like shallow. It might have been look like it's good from the outside, but it is actually very shallow in the inside itself. So I would like to give some rebuttals toward the first speaker of the proposition team. First of all, they define to you that in their side, then government wouldn't actually have any controls or any regulation toward the external communication agency. I will tell you, panels, that this is actually very, very dangerous if that actually happens in our status quo. They say that by actually government having no control and regulation toward the communication, then people can actually advocate their opinion more honestly. They can actually have a freedom of speech, etc. But in our world, panels, this actually still can be a C. Freedom still exists in our world, even if government institutions actually have access toward this external communication agency. It doesn't mean that we immediately actually shift into like a dictatorship. It's not like that, panels. It's not like we immediately became dictator. So we still can have this, freedom of speech even in our side, that this is just kind of disregard their arguments about that. Also, it is very dangerous even in their side if government actually have no control to regulate the communication, the external communication agency. Why? If this truly exists in their side, it would be more harm because it's going to be harder than for government to then control conflict in social media. For example, it's hard then to actually prevent like cyber attacks, for example, and ensure safety when government doesn't even have the control or the authority to actually do and to actually take action toward conflict that are actually in the social media, right? It's hard also then to actually sanction, for example, if there are like extremist propaganda that is happening in the social media itself. It's very, very hard for government then to actually give a reactive solution or a reactive sanction and action toward this problem then. Also, they said and they mentioned that media would actually be biased in our side of the house. We think that, first of all, panels, this is just not true, and we believe that this is our only assumption. Because in status quo right now, when government actually have access toward this external communication agency, for example, there are still media that confront, for example, in Indonesia, there are still media that confront President Prabowo action and also policies. Because again, media still have protection toward freedom of speech. They still have protection to actually do journalism at the very first place. And even if it's true, even if media actually will be biased in our side of the house, actors in our side of the house are not stupid. Civilians are not stupid. Right now, we can tell, for example, the difference between buzzer in TikTok and also in Instagram or in like social media, and the difference between real people and real people that actually advocate their opinions toward the president or toward the government's right. So people wouldn't actually just swallow immediately the news that they see, because they are not stupid. They still have common sense and they still have critical thinking itself. I think it's very important, panels, for us to actually understand what are the very interests of government institutions at the very first place, because we feel like we never really heard proposition actually touch this. So we need what the very interest of a government institution is to actually maintain stability and also clarity and maintain satisfaction from the public or from the civilian itself, right? And two, we need to acknowledge that this external communication agency is actually easiest and the biggest way to create and also provide communication. Even if we say that we have press, we can actually make press, for example, to spread awareness or to have conversation with our civilians itself. But the external communication agency example is like social media, which is right now in this generation, panel, social media is actually one of the biggest communication tools for us. So when we don't have this access, then panels, it will actually bring us so much more damage, because it will actually damage our communication. Why then it's very important for us to have communication from civilian and government institution? Why is it important? Because A, it actually ensures a stable clarity. Even if not exclusive in our side, the external communication agency help us communicate with public rapidly and fastly, panels. It is the most efficient way to do communication. It is the most efficient way to ensure a stable clarity. B, it ensures a more efficient dialogue too. Compared to when, for example, you need to have press to actually start dialogue with our civilians and to actually spread awareness toward our civilians, it is least efficient when we actually compare it in our side. Because in our side, we can have to confirm the dialogue in real time. We can actually spread awareness in real time, and everyone can easily access it. By not having access toward this external communication agency, panels, it limits government institution to provide all that interest. What would likely happen then when we don't actually have any access toward this external communities agency? A, it's actually going to disturb clarity in public. When the biggest communication tool like social media are eliminated and access toward such tools are actually gone, it would majorly impact government ability to provide clarity towards the public judge itself. Why is this important then? Because one, clarity ensures stability, right? When clarity are disrupted then, eventually stability rumbles. It's easier then for conflict to actually happen in the future. Two, when clarity are gone, satisfaction and trust rate actually decreases, which is one of the interests of the government institution from the first place. This can lead then to a major misunderstanding panels between public and also government, which is a loss for the both of us, right? And three, it will actually lowers government authority to take control or at least take real-time reaction toward conflict. As the proposition have actually mentioned that they don't want actually government to have any regulation, to have any control and any authority toward this external communication agency, then it's going to be very hard to control misinformation or to actually control cyber problem reactively because access are limited because government does not have any authority about this. Then government at the very end cannot actually ensure the stability and the safety of the cybersecurity of the nation itself. This is why external communication agency need to actually provide access toward government institution. One, because it will make it easier for institution then to spread awareness. For example, BMKG can post or message civilians in real time when there are sudden earthquake notices. Imagine, Judge, what can actually the outcomes give us if they don't have access to do so? How much can we actually lose? Because in their side, the MKG then cannot actually message it, the civilian itself, because they cannot actually use any form of social media in their side, right? Then we cannot actually give any real-time or effective awareness or effective information toward our civilians in very, very dangerous situation. Two, also, we live in a world where relationships are built mostly on social media. We call it parasocialism, right? For example, when the Indonesian Ministry of Health are like eagerly posting videos on TikTok or on IG, it gives a sense of free dialogue from people toward its government panels. The Ministry of Health has a lot of awareness that actually benefits the civilian. This creates a sense of trust and relationship. Again, it's one of the very interests of government institution from the very first place. Three, it actually makes it easier for government institution to promote its program. One of the example is one of the program from Ministry of Health called Nutri-Labels, where fast food drink, for example, need to have like certain labels of their sugar intake. For example, the coffee from brand A is labeled as level D. That means the sugar level are very high. These programs are also majorly promoted to socialization and press, but panels, the most efficient way to distribute this program news is through social media and through advertising company. I am the living proof as someone that don't read the official press, right? I only knew this program from social media, and most likely the same thing applied to other civilians. Why is then this is very important? Because when people know about the program, when people aware of the program, then public trust actually going to increase that, oh, the government institution actually are doing their job. This is again the very interest of government institution to have a stable relationship, to ensure satisfaction from the civilian itself. And that is why we are very proud to oppose.
Right, the leader of opposition spends 24 seconds, and I thank LO for the fine speech. To respond, then Deputy Prime Minister. Here.
All right, guys, sit down, please. All right. Before I start my speech, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Before I start my speech, I want to clarify, if you want to POI, just quietly say POI without interrupting my speech. You could just quietly, you could just unmute yourself and then quietly say POI and then raise your hand or something. Wait, I have so much papers here. Please excuse me, I want to organize this. One, all right. Okay. All right, I'm going to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. In a world where polarizations of politicians and government agencies are actively staining the holistic goal for journalism to spread for journalism. These agencies like this government would actually stains the idea of journalism and basically like spread false, dirty narratives to actively leverage them to get people's sympathy. And basically, they are willing to do this and basically to actively like to do this in order for them to actually like keep their power and etc. Right? And basically, they could actually like do this by actively like threatening journalists by like threats, paying, and even terrorizing the media outlets, such as, for example, is a big factor on why we actively like propose this debate in general. Right? Now, before I go into my arguments, I kind of want to touch on what the opposition tried to argue here. First, they tried to touch on like how external narrative. Oh my God, external narrative. You could external narrative, such as, for example, what would actually like happen if there is like an extremist propaganda that is currently spreading around social media, for example, right? I feel like we could argue that first of all, I feel like accountability would actually still happen on our side of the house too. I feel like social media would still have the accountability and still have the privilege and the goal to actively like, you know what, hey, this is propaganda like from an extremist. We would just ban this ban this outright because for example, a lot of people would still have the capability and still have the rationale to actively like report these ideas, right? And then the social medias would still have the accountability and still have the privilege to actively like ban these postings and etc. Right? So I feel like external narrative would still happen on our side of the house too. Second, I want to mention is basically like what about the opposition's interest on like communication and like concerns about the communication. First, they would actually, the op tries to argue that communication would be worse on our side of the house because communication would not happen under, for example, like governance and the people in itself, right? But I would argue that no, it would actually still happen on our side of the house, but the way is basically not through social media, but actually like dialogue between people. For example, people around this area, they want to get their voices out, so then they would actively go search for the governance, right? Such as, for example, you can actively go to them or like more simple approach. You could just you could just like, hey, you know what, I want to dialogue about this. For example, like an organization want to dialogue about this, they would actively like, you know what, I'll go to dialogue with them and like see what they're going on, right? See, but then I feel like it would just be worse on their side of the house when it's done by social media, because in social media, a lot of the times it's basically like anonymous, right? We don't know who sent this. For example, we don't know how to send this idea or like something like that. So I feel like a lot of the times what would actively happen under oppositions would actively like government would manipulate the social media's comments and like the social media narration so that it looks like the people want something that the government actively pushes for it, which I would explain it later, and which is like really bad for democracy and like the whole welfare of the people in itself, right? Now I would go touch on it now, right? See, I feel like what would actively happening when there's a world where there's no like intervention for these governance, it would actively really be where there is a world where no intervention from these governments, it would actively be a really safe haven for these journalism actors, right? They would actively do their job cleanly without any bias at all, right? I feel like what actively like still happening on in the status quo is basically like how these politicians and like how government would actively like prop up and like lobbying these media outlets for in order for these like media outlets to post positively about them, for example, to post positively about like this about their actions or like their policies, to actively like, you know what, in order for them to actively like shape the people mind around the idea of the policies in itself, right? See, I feel like when campaign, now I want to give a preempt too. I feel like campaigns would still happen on our side of the house too at the end of the day, because what would campaign look like under our side of the house? This would look something like, you know what, this would look like something like, for example, the media, for example, a politician or like a governor could actively do a policy or like do something good in some sort of area, right? Now, the media would actively like still have the privilege and still have the ability to report on those good things, right? Such as, for example, the governance Yeah, but then they would actively like report this this like some sort of act in a not very non-biased narrative, and basically it's just basically what is happening currently, right, with no bias at all. Because I feel like there would be no incentive for these when lobbying doesn't exist, there would still be no incentive for like these workers or like these media outlets to be biased at all with no lobbying. Maybe they still could, but it would just simply be a micro level, and like it would just be like it would be variable with the people that is working on the media outlets too. These politicians on the side of the house wouldn't have the ability to actively like prop up the social media outlets, the TV stations, and etc. towards against them, right? This would beneficial for actors like such as, for example, like this would be really, really beneficial too, such as, for example, imagine there is like an upcoming election, right? On their side of the house, it would be fairly, I feel like they doesn't necessarily stop. And like this would be fairly common on their side of the house when there's like big politicians bully the little guy by propping up medias and advertising, for example. There is nothing stopping for like these governments to actively like prop up these media outlets. Like, for example, they give them $67 gajillion, for example, in order to like for them to prop up and like, hey, spread good things around me, so then I would do something beneficial for you, Ran. You do that. It would be fairly common to this, since there is no little to no bias. It would be common to the opposition, right? Now, I feel like a lot of the times governments would and politicians would have this incentive to keep their power and to basically maintain their own stability and for example, stability of the nation in according to their own definitions, right? Which is commonly but no oppositions. I feel like that could intervene them. Government would have so much power with no way of fighting it, since lobbying and threats still would be fairly common on the opposition side of the house when government gets the highest power. Now, I would go into my best case scenario for proposition, right? In proposition, democracy would still be protected at the end of the day, because media outlets would still be would actually be independent only, and politicians and like politicians that is trying to like be for example be in the governance would actively be equal and focused on their policies only, right? Because when they are campaigning, they cannot just like have tim sukses only like only to them, right? But I feel like they need to actively like, you know what, there is going to be a media that reports on this. Let's do a good act, so then later on we can relive to that expectations too. Now, this is the most likely to happen since there is no scenario where the big guy props up promotions and media outlets and etc. Whereas media outlets have a reason to show everyone and people's demand, right? And the best case scenario for opposition, which is basically like the common on the status quo, is campaigns are basically flourishing, but it solely focuses on the biased commentary and directed by the politician in itself, such as for you would create like so many echo chambers, such as, for example, the politicians would like manipulate the people in order for them thinking like they're a good guy, but then the policies are not actually like good and etc. Now, the worst case scenario for pro is campaigns are not very common, but still media would have a report on the debates, for example, and like television on the policies. But then worst case scenario, glorified dictatorship, government policies, or social media are basically in their interest to maintain power. This is likely to happen. That's why we are proud to propose.
Right. The Deputy Prime Minister spent 8 minutes and 27 seconds, 8 minutes and 27 seconds, and I thank DPM for the fine speech. Before I move with the debate, I think the timer is overtaken by DPM. Could you stop the timer on your end? Could you stop the Zoom timer on your end? Yep, thank you. So to continue with the debate, then I hereby welcome Deputy Leader of Opposition. Here.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Is this fine? Okay. For POI preference, you can just like directly unmute your mic as a POI. Whatever I said later on in this debate is just for the purpose of this debate itself. I'm gonna start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Firstly, I would like to start by giving a few rebuttals and also responses towards what the second speaker of government has stated before. Firstly, they mentioned about like in a world where government institutions have controls towards the media, they stay in the media view and become biased to the government itself? Well, first response is that this can happen in their side of the house too, because they still have the access towards the influencers and also the buzzers to do the same thing. And then secondly, if we're talking about like, oh, this can be manipulated, lobbying can happen, it can cause bias and stuff like that. I feel like realistically, as what my first speaker has mentioned to before, we humans as the consumer would still have like common sense and still like eventually the trade-off isn't compatible compared to like the loss that it would make that I would later on explain furthermore. Social media and advertising or whatever it is, those are needed for campaign to promote like projects, for example. Like that's the main goal of these people, of these high profile people, to actually use social media so that they would stand out, right? To provide like many sides or POV, point of views, regarding a situation, to give more considerations and explanation to the citizens, to the people, so that they can know like a clear picturization of the situation, because then you need that in order for democracy to happen. You need context, you need like active responses that can be delivered through the social medias, through these like external communication agencies. You need answers from these institutions. And also thirdly, they kept on mentioning about like election. I want to give like a quick response about this, how their example, how their view, their elaboration is very narrow. Like they kept on complaining about that, where in fact if we compare like objectively with the loss and like the benefits that we can get from our side of the house, it is pretty much incomparable. Which brings me then to my extension. I have two main topics to discuss about. First, I'm going to talk about like how government needs the external communication agencies itself to encourage or to market a few things for the sake of the society itself. And secondly, about how is it like the easiest method or media for citizens to be able to reach out government institutions too. I would also like give more about this later on my extension. So when we're talking about the government institution, we don't think there is a significant urgency on why proposition should or like prefers a world where external communication from government institution towards these certain agencies should be banned or restricted from the first place. We simply believe that as a big authority, we should have the access to the society, which in the current condition, in the current status quo, if we're talking objectively, if we're talking about what's happening in reality, in social media, advertisement, and also marketing are the easiest way to preach that. It's the easiest form of communication, right? I think we cannot deny that fact. Then why is it important then? Why is it so necessary for the government institutions to have connection with the external communication agencies? First, I'm going to talk about the government needs to encourage and market a few things. Then I have two layers of this. First, I'm going to make this very simple and give real picturization. Like Cominfo, for example, as a government institution, its main job is simply to give information, to give important news, or simply to like spread awareness, spread urgencies. For example, like they need to inform people. Yes.
The media, for example, like Cominfo and etc., are still happening on our side of the house. Eventually, on our side of the house, those media are literally doing their job properly, but without government's intervention. Thank you.
Through what? Because Cominfo is literally a government institution, and social media, as I said before, is the clearest pathway for like communication to happen to everyone in the country, to everyone inside a country, also like especially to those in rural areas, because like like everyone uses phone these days. Like we're not living in a third class world or something like that. So like moving on then, like for example, Cominfo will spread awareness about like the benefits of vaccine, for example, like why we should take vaccine, to like encourage people, engage people to do that, or like to spread political news, what's currently going on in our country and stuff like that. Like the easiest way to deliver that to society is through the use of social media or public relations, for example. Since nowadays people don't even watch TV anymore, like they barely open TV. Like us Gen Z, for example, as what my first speaker has mentioned too before, it's so realistic. It's so realistic to state this, since like I believe most of us in this room, in this debate, knows or acknowledge political facts, economic facts, probably through the social media like TikTok or Instagram, right? And who could give us those infos? Obviously, the government institution itself. They need to be able to have access directly to the social media, directly to the marketing, to also prevent any like disturbance or misinformations from any third party. when government institutions want to make like announcement, it needs to be real, it needs to be authentic, it needs to be valid, and therefore these kinds of announcement like earthquake warning, for example, should only be posted from the authority itself, from the MKG itself, to prevent any misread or like wrong infos or hoax or etc., to prevent any of those kind of things. And secondly, then on my second layer, during other occasions, for example, like during Ramadan, during Idul Adha, during Christmas, under our side, these government institutions can post like a simple picture, a simple design to basically respect those citizens who are celebrating Idul Adha, for example. It's just morally like supporting these government institutions itself, because then society can perceive it as like, oh, they are so respectful, they are implementing Sila Tiga Pancasila, they implement tolerancy and stuff like that, and so on, so on. This perception is also very important for these government institutions, because then it builds a nice impression to the society. It eventually builds trust and respect too. And it is completely needed for these government institutions to gain trust and also respect from people, from citizens, so that later on, when like government institutions have programs, for instance, it will be respected, it would be followed by people. People obviously couldn't be too skeptical if they want their programs to work, right? So they need to do this in order for their programs to work, for example. Secondly, then I'm going to talk about how this is the easiest method or like media for citizens to be able to reach out the government institutions too. We also need to know that there are two main actors here, right? Not only the government institutions itself, but also we need to consider the citizens, right? We need to pay attention about the way of communicating between government institutions and also the citizens. Then if government institutions don't have the access to social media, how can we as citizens deliver our concerns? How can we feel heard? Because right now, even in the current status quo, when government institutions indeed have the access to social media, to Instagram, for example, sometimes when we voice out our opinions, we still don't feel heard. That's why recently, like some students from UI, for example, did like demo in Bundaran HI because their concern isn't even responded nicely, right? That's what like the proposition team wants. Like they want demo, for example. Like even by seeing this current status quo now, it's quite bad already. Therefore, a world where government institutions don't have the access to social media at all, for example, doesn't have the access to see what their citizen needs are, then it's just gonna worsen the situation even more. It's gonna cause more harm because us as normal people are gonna be even more adverse. Our main platform to voice things out is being taken away. Government institutions can see that. Also, I want to state a preemptive. Government can simply say that, like, oh, other platform to protest or send concerns are available. The reason why, like, people use social media or contact the public relation, the humas, basically to work their opinions out, is mainly because the government institutions won't likely to respond those. It's gonna be taking too long or not taken seriously. That's why we use social media, since it is being watched by many people too. So like government institutions have to protect their reputation too. It must be taken urgently then. So then like that just proves that like social media and these external communication agencies are the most effective way, right? Like if they say that, oh, under their side, communication can still happen through like dialogue demo, for example. Like I have three responses to that. First, it's not that simple to make a dialogue. Secondly, it's not effective to do demo because it causes harm to the environment too, and you don't consider that. And thirdly, it's not effective for everyone in the country. For example, like people in Papua, people in Kalimantan, they have to go to Jawa first to simply like protest to the government. Like they have to go to Jakarta, they have to spend more time. So like, how is that more beneficial? Please elaborate that furthermore. Thank you.
Right, Diallo spent 8 minutes and 30 seconds, 8 minutes and 30 seconds, and thank Diallo for the fine speech. To respond, I hereby welcome Govip. Here.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Wait, let me have my timer first. I'm gonna start my speech in, wait, in 3, 2, panels, please don't ever bite the framing of opposition to our side of the house. They frame us saying that, oh yes, they feel, oh yeah, safety and conflict mitigation, or for example, and etc. are less. Panels, what's happening on our side is basically there are three actors. Three actors have their own interests, which I will reiterate later. These three actors is which the government, first of all, and then first the external agencies. Who do we mean by external agencies? I feel like my first speaker have clearly said say that external agencies can be, for example, the media publisher, for example, or even buzzer. Buzzer can eventually be an external agencies, for example, or basically everything that is external between the government chamber. And then yeah, these and then third of all, that there are people. Panels, basically these three actors can do their job properly and independently and separately without them having without having an interruption or intervention. Panels, what do we mean by intervention? I feel like my first speaker and my second speaker have already said to you that, oh yeah, intervention in these motions in that which we were advocating on but can mean, for example, manipulation, for example. But let's just see
POI, please.
later. Let's see the interest, which is why the manipulation happened. Panel C, the interest of an actor, of a politician, is to be elected. They literally want to be elected again, so that's why, hence why they literally want their image to be good in the media, for example, in people, for example. I'll exploit later, but the intervention here doesn't mean that, oh yeah, they're not doing job properly. For example, like this Kominfo, oh yeah, they're infoing infos from the government, for example, and then those external agencies, for example, media publisher, just eventually republish those information without eventually have to be manipulated first, and it can be go through the people with more clean and neutral process. Moving on to my rebuttal. First rebuttal about safety and about conflict mitigation on their side of those concerned. Panels, I feel like law existed. Government can intervene, can intervene to a certain extent because of this law. Moreover, I feel like police exist too. There are court exist too. Any conflict that will happen that will happen can be brought to court, for example, by the law. For example, another one, I feel like the opposition does not make clearly how does this conflict will happen, for example, or who does the cyber attacks is going through, for example. And I feel like those can be mitigated by law. Moreover, I feel like their side of the house frame us by saying, oh yeah, people are not that stupid and etc. A quick question: Is it everyone that is not stupid? What about those uneducated people, for example? See the status quo panels. See this in Indonesia, a developing country. Majority of people are really uneducated. They are easily swayed by, for example, the false information and etc. Moreover, I feel like even if people are not stupid, see the fact that how bad the media are being manipulated now. Why? Because there are intervention from the government to the external agencies, for example. See the fact that there are a lot of opposition that's being threatened, for example, by being lobbied, for example, by those buzzer, for example, they're being threatened and etc. Why does this happen? Because politician interest is to be elected again, so that's why they will do anything to eventually make their image in the people look good. I feel like the clash here. I divide this debate as clash into, oh yeah, moreover, I feel like I want to do rebut one demonstration. They said they frame us by saying, oh yeah, demonstration will be safe on their side of the house. Panels, I feel like demonstration will be more safe on our side of the house because a lot of people everyone could have access to it, and it's more safe because it's not for example for example in real life, because it will create more conflict by which we know in this status quo. First class, I feel like this motion wants which side of the house that can offer you panels which word to prefer. You can weigh this into three clash. First of all, which side of the house that can have clean democracies. See the proposition side of the house. Propositions of the house by prohibit the government's access to external agencies, it can lead to a more neutral democracies. Why? Because first of all, government cannot eventually manipulated media because the communication is restricted. Government cannot eventually manipulated media for their own good. For example, why is this likely to be happen? Because it's the politician and government's interest in the first place, which I have explained to you a lot more time. And second of all, I feel like publishing agencies or like the external agencies, for example, can publish facts without eventually intervention and more safe because there are no there are no threats. For example, why threat happens? Because the narration can often changes by, for example, we as citizen criticize Prabowo, for example, but see how the government see that. The government see that as a threat, for example, and not as critics. Meanwhile, critics are there to eventually improve the nation's works, for example. And thirdly, I feel like people can objectively value which leader that is best more on our side of the house, because the media are so clear, so neutral, that eventually people can objectively choose, oh yeah, which leader that is best for which leader that is best for their country. Because moving on to my and see by the opposition side of the house, by letting access communication, for example, they are really not neutral. First of all, government and politician interest to be elected and to have maintained themselves, for example, they'll do anything. They will do blackmailing and publisher and manipulating the media, which is make these democracies not clear. Moving on to my second class is which side of the house that can benefit or fulfilling actors' interest the most. I feel like I have reiterated this earlier, that there are three actors. First of all, which is the politician. Let's just see on the proposition side of the house first. On proposition side of the house, politicians have trust from people. Because why is it so possible? It's so possible because to build because trust has to build by an objective publisher, for example, because it's fact. So that's why people are more likely to believe facts, for example, and there are no manipulated media. So that's why there are trust from people. So that's why politicians can eventually be elected again in the future if the job are doing good. Second one, external agencies can finally freely publish anything without intervention, without have to threat and etc. For people, people have initially have a very proper leader and the government, which is the interest of the people, which is to have for example, sovereign nature, sovereign countries and etc. And meanwhile, see the proposition side of the house, the proposition in politician, the politician will trust people will not likely to happen since the media are being manipulated. I mean, when the media are being manipulated, a lot of people eventually realize that, oh yeah, that media is manipulated, let's not trust that media because people see the fact that, oh yeah, this person is not good to be a government. So that leads to second clash. The second point, which is external agencies are being limited and heavily controlled by the government because of the intervention. And then for people have literally a controversial leader because they will not reach their goal at the end of the day to have a good proper country because the leader eventually are being with false persona and etc. And I feel like our side of the house can have more liberty to have opinions. That's why we're so proud to propose. Thank you.
Govip spends 8 minutes and 30 seconds, and I thank Govip for the point speech to respond. I welcome Opwip. Here.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Imaginative, blinded, hollow. This is how I would describe what happens on the proposition bench in 3 words exactly, panels. Now, let's give the big picturization of what is actually happening on their side of the house. First is that they have been seeing this issue through a very narrow scope and very narrow point of view or very narrow lens. What happened there is actually they're always bringing up about election, about campaigning, about how in campaigning period, in election period, actually there's going to be unhealthy or toxic competition toward among these candidates, since all of these candidates will then use social media as to manipulate themselves, to make this propaganda, to make themselves appeals as the best candidates. Meanwhile, others is just like not as good as them. First off, ladies and gentlemen, it is a very hollow scope. It is a very hollow and very narrow scope to actually debate about this issue, since this issue has more universal, has more holistic approaches that we already gave to you, which I would later explain on my on the clashes. Second is that they have a misconception on the government institution. What they claim as the government institution is like, oh, it's like the president, oh, it's like the candidates, blah blah blah. But let's see here, here panels. Government institution actually is more complex and more broad than that. Government institution means that government bodies. It's not like it's limited to the trias political actors like the executive, legislative, and judicative. Government institution also includes like Kominfo, BUMN, BI or Indonesian Central Bank, BMKG, even PLN. This is what we call and we acknowledge as government institution. But their side of the house has merely neglecting the fact that this is also government institution, yet they barely touch this core ideas of ours. Moving on to the clashes then. First clashes, is access is extremely undermines democracy? Answer is no. Let's start debunk their case by the negation first. So they tries to demonstrate to you that, oh, with government actually have an access, it means that government have this intervention. Let me ask one big question. Is access extremely or always the same, always equal to intervention? That's first. Second is that no, our first speaker already mentioned that democracy still happen in our world. We currently live in a world that is where government institutions have the access. Do we have democracy? In our world, in our country, do we have democracy? Yes. Do other nations that held democracy, that government has access, have democracy? Yes. Therefore, this argument crumbles because their foundation actually built on the assumption and imagination dressed up as an argument. So even if they said, oh, even if it's true, even if, oh, it actually undermines democracy. Well, let's make the case then. It's not like in our world when government have the access, it means that they are becoming the dictators. They are becoming the one who controls everything happen on social media. They can one-sidedly or unilaterally blocks content, unilaterally blocks a content, etc., etc. This is not what actually happening. Okay. Second clashes is that how does access determines gov quality? Well, proposition tries to demonstrate to you that if government actually have no access, then we would have even more neutral, more freedom for the citizens. Well, no, because first up, the impacts that we brought to you, that we showed to you is irreversible versus that irreversible, and it's bigger, right? Why? First is I have like two reasons on this. First is that these ensuring the safety and the security of the citizens, especially regarding cybersecurity, right? Even though they said, oh, in our world, accountability still happen anyway, they could still distinguish, they could still detect if there's an extremist propaganda, then later on they would face it, right? Well, the question is that, is it as reactive, as immediate as if in our world where government actually have the access to social media, has the authority to control, to regulate social media, is it happening on your world? No, they're not necessarily privy to you. And second is that they also tries to advocate to you, well, dialogues still happen, still exist. You know, people then could just actively go to demonstration if they in direct dialogue, if they have some want to criticize. Well, isn't it just, let's make the case that, isn't it just proof our main concern, our main urgency, where when government doesn't have the access, it actually delays the information, actually delays the effectiveness of the communication happening between government and our public or our citizens. The fact that they can't answer our question about how is it more beneficial or better to communicate on their side, how can we justify this demonstration anyway? How is the real way to proceed to dialogue? The fact that they're neglecting the main or the core idea that should have been answered or explained from the beginning is just the main proof that they're not even confident in defending their own case. They're not certain in their stances. On contrary, we explain everything, elaborate, and responded to the point, right? Now, let's go into the conclusion of what on the comparative world on both sides. Why the world with this is better. This is what proposition tries to demonstrate. This is what we are opposing. We want government to have access. Why? A is the communication with the citizens. It's as these external communication agencies, like the third party of the news distribution, and it actually enhance the time effectiveness and real-time information regarding information criticism and etc. Examples which has just happened recently, or information about electricity, there will be like an electricity turnout or blackout spreads among region due to maintenance by PLN, actually gets disseminated or distributed by WhatsApp by PLN itself. This shows that government access actually beneficial to give real-time information. Second, then, it's the engagement between gov and public, because we know that this democracy needs trust, needs transparency, right? By government having access, actually, they have the rights to post on social media, which also includes they could document of program, then spread that, hey, your government actually works. Hey, we actually fulfill our promises. You can see it here. Then public's trust will arise. And then the world with this is exactly what happened on the proposition side. What happened then? First, what's the purpose of urgency? This is the biggest question. If government demonstrated about propaganda then, what they said about election manipulate, blah, 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 it would happen under their side. It will still happen under their side. Why? Since the one who doesn't access, it's merely the institution, hence the members still have the access. Isn't that right? Wouldn't you agree? And additionally, there are also influencers that we know as a KOL or the key opinion leaders. There are influencers that still can be the main driver of people perspective. So what exactly makes it extremely harmful and detrimental? So and then the practicality then. Imagine if you are having a concern, but then you cannot reach out to the government. What do you do? So therefore, we should win this debate. Thank you.
Operator spends 8 minutes and 23 seconds, 8 minutes and 23 seconds, and I thank Operator for the fine speech. To summarize for opposition, then Op reply. You're here.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
So I'll start my speech. Sorry for the timer. Is it going to play when I start? So my speech will start in 3, 2, 1. Judge, we don't even think that it is very necessary for us to give a reply speech in this debate, because I think it's quite clear that opposition have the win in hand. I'll explain why anyway. Here are the proposition major flaws, Judge. 1, their stances majorly revolves on worst case scenario. That A, government would immediately become evil when actually given access to external communication agency, because they'll immediately manipulate opinions in media. Firstly, this is just not true. Having access to our social media, for example, doesn't actually guarantee that government will become these evil actors immediately. This proves to you, Judge, that I just have failed to actually have a deeper analysis when making this argument. Because of this, it was very easy then for us to actually mitigate this argument, because we told you, Judge, that 1, it's simply not true, because freedom of speech will actually still exist. Government cannot just easily manipulate the whole media. Even if they do, the likelihood for them to manipulate completely is low, because opposition actually still exists in the media. I think their whole stand is simple. They think that A, democracy doesn't actually exist in our side, and access would actually eliminate the freedom of speech right, which we have mitigated from the very start of the beginning of the debate itself. So it was very easy also to actually win this case. 2, their second major flaw is that all of their problems are never truly exclusively happens only in our side. It's always a problem that is actually also exists in their side. At the end of the day,
I think they give you a picturization that proposition cannot actually over a strong arguments, because compared to us, we told you why exactly benefits are actually stronger, and benefits actually only happen under our bench. For example, when we say to you A, clarity are only provided at real time through social media when in our side of the house. B, dialogue are easier to start under our bench. C, trust and relation between government and civilians are actually better in our side of the house. How did we prove that to you? By A, in our side of government, actually have access to actually the fastest communication tools, which in this case is social media, right? This is why government then can actually provide clarity at real time towards the public or toward the civilian itself. And we have actually mentioned to you why is this is actually important, right? Because clarity can actually sustain stability, and it can actually reduces the chance of having conflict in the end of the day between public, civilians, and also the government. B, in our side dialogue can be actually more efficient, because it could actually happen in a matter of seconds just by a click, because we are actually going to start dialogue only by social media, because we have actually access to the social media. So dialogues are going to be more efficient in our side, and this is something that cannot be achieved in their side. C, trust and relation also are very sustainable, because in generation where social media have become the fundamental public discourse facility, when government actually have access toward it, then government can build it easier. Government can build trust and relation easier when they have an access toward this public discourse facility. Third point of major flaw, that they never even acknowledge the responsibilities and interests of government institution, which we can say that the main stakeholders in this motion are actually the government institution at the very first place, right? Because of this, they actually have failed to justify the urgency on why then eliminating access toward this external communication agency can actually benefit toward the main actor's interest itself. We have claimed to you and we have told you several times that we need to understand the very interest of government institution right now is to actually maintain stability, to actually ensure clarity, and to actually maintain satisfaction between government towards the civilians, towards the public itself. So we have actually proved to you also why in our side of the house, the government institution interest can actually be achieved. The goals and the purpose of the main stakeholders in this motion can actually be achieved, and only in our side it can be achieved. So Judge, we think it is very crystal clear that opposition actually need to win today's debate. We are very proud to oppose.
Our reply spans 4 minutes and 12 seconds. 4 minutes and 12 seconds, and I think I'll reply for this fine summary to summarize for Gov. I hereby welcome Gov reply. Here.
And I have time to organize my reply first.
Yes, 10 seconds.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
So for equity, this is my desk, my paper, my pen, and then there is no phone in this table. So okay. I will begin my reply in 3, 2, 1. Panels. It is the government and the politic interests that they would interests and incentive to keep their power and to make it their own, and there would get rid of anyone who offended or the opposition that would offended their authority or whatnot, and they could interpret their interests as the government that want to hold this power to their own right. Now, see panels, when the opposition of the house saying to you that there is the interests of the government to help the stability or the stability of the country, right? Yeah, we are truly understand that this is the idealization of the interests of the government. But see panels, in the status quo, there is not reflecting the status quo right now, because many politicians, many the people in the government would eventually do anything if to help or to hold their power to their own, so they could like begin thriving more and more right now. So panels, let's do dissect and let's do dissect the argumentation, or what does the propositions of the house bring to the debate, right? So firstly, I want the whole cases is basically revolve around accessibility, around the safetyness of the digital environment. Like the second is about the correlation or like the public relation, right? So now see panels, how does the opposition side of the world is immediately saying to you that, oh, we in our side of the house, it would be have a far more environmentally safely. It would be not like this bad narrative or whatnot. But see, panels, I do think that this is very, very wild narrative, like by saying like, oh, the government would reduce or remove the bad narrative. But see, panels, the understandable of the bad narrative itself is very different in the government side on in the people side. If there is like a narrative saying that, oh, I don't like Prabowo because this, and there's just a critic, but the government taking it as the bad narrative, it would eventually remove, and the incentive of the people to give the critic to the government will be reduced and will be gone in the opposition side of the house. Now, see, secondly, I think the opposition side of the house basically missed our whole definition about this accessibility now, right? So the government still can see what does the people want. The media from the government would still exist in our side of the house. They're still doing what job are, like the opposition of the house already mentioned, the Kominfo or the BMKG or what. They still have the ability to tell what the government really want to tell, but they doesn't have the ability to control this external media, such as like Liputan 6, for example. They would not have the ability to lobbying and to have like this to make them to advocating what they are truly are. Now, see, panels, the opposition of the house already failed to say to you like why does actually, like we in our side of the house, we really immediate, like really concerned about the interest about the burden of the opposition of the house. We already say to you that, oh, the correlation of the people would be better in our side of the house because the people interests will be, or an opinion will be like fall through to the social media and will not be removed because the government think it is bad narrative or whatnot. And then secondly, about the public relation, right? So the public relation itself will be better in our side of the house under the reason that the people could have this different fact about their politics or the government, and they would eventually have thinking about, oh, this government is bad, or I need to critique this. And even if there was not that incentive, at least in our side of the house, we could give to you the freedom of opinion and the freedom of the media to tell what they want to tell about. Now, secondly, about what does the opposition of the house already failed to you is to guarantee the people safety of opinion, right? Like as already stated before, the bad narrative for the government and the people will be different and will not the same as the, like we're saying, oh, this is the critic, this is the bad narrative. It will not be like really immediate or really like see through by the people. So that's why under that reason, that's why we're proud to propose to you.
Gov reply spans 4 minutes and 22 seconds, 4 minutes and 22 seconds, and I thank Gov reply for the fine summary. So this is a silent round. There will be no oral adjudication after the round has concluded. Teams could just directly head back to the main debaters room to wait for like further announcement or coordination from the organizing committees as well as the CAP. It is also highly encouraged for teams to pay attention to the group if there's any further announcement. If there's none, then teams could just directly disperse and leave the breakout room and rest up for the last preliminary round tomorrow morning. That was an enjoyable debate. Thanks everyone for the fun round that has been going on.
Thank you, Kak.
Thank you, Kak. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.